Good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, madam. I had good
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
morning, ma'am.
So today's first session is on social media forensics. Dr. Vijay Raman sir, he'll take the first session, and after that we have from 12 to 1:30 noon to 1:30 p.m. we have session on current and future of digital forensics. That is for that we have Dr. Gaurav Gupta sir from Ministry of Information Technology, and then we have a session on cyber laws and expert testimony from 2 to 4 p.m. by Dr. Aprajita Bhatt. She is assistant professor in Faculty of Law at National Law University, Delhi. So, and after that we have one post test, online post test. Okay, and we would like to have feedback from all of you. Means we would like to have your inputs regarding our 5 days online FDP, so that we can improve next time ourselves. And I'd like to request all of you, there is one feedback link available in your ATAL FDP portal also. When you log in, there is one feedback link. Please check that link. If it is enabled, then please fill up the form. And if there is any problem, please let us know. I have shared one slides of first session. That was the topic was on network forensics, and it is national. It was given by Dr. Manoj Mishra sir. So please find that attachment in your mail. Um, 10 to 15 minutes before only I have sent. And anybody is having any problem or anything that related to attendance, then by today itself, please message me so that I can check, and if there is any correction required, I can do that.
Hello? Hello? Kanti ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I was not able to open that sheet yesterday in my phone. So I already messaged you that I can't mark my present in evening session, ma'am. And I have marked at night in that sheet when I was able to open in that sheet in laptop.
Okay. This is day 5 link, I think. Vijay Raghavan sir has joined the old link. He is not here in this meeting session.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I think there was some problem with the link, the capital D and something else. Okay, ma'am. Yeah, shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And as we have already attended one of the sessions by sir, so I'd like to just give a brief about sir that he is working as assistant director in Intelligence Bureau, Ministry of Home Affairs. And sir, you can start, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay. I'll do. Slide is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Okay.
sir.
Good morning. I'm just seeing my screen. That is my PPT on the desktop. So I'm not able to see who exactly is saying. Anyway, good morning to all of you. Today's topic for the lecture is social media forensics. Forensics, I don't have to elaborate on it. I think you must be all of you must be very well aware of what is forensics and how it has originated. Anybody knows how the word forensics has originated? Entire week, I think you must be hearing about forensics. Any idea? Can anybody answer? Where is this word forensics? How was it started? Origin of this particular word. It is actually a Greek word meaning the forensus, meaning to produce before the court of law. Forensus. So social media forensics. I don't have to elaborate on social media. The basic difference between social media and other media is the user, individual person can express his views, he can post it. In the print media, you can just have to read it. In other media, the television and other things, you are just listening. It's a one-way thing. But when it comes to social media, there are so many applications which will enable to express your views, to transfer the data and everything. I don't have to elaborate on this. So we go straight away to social media forensics. These are the latest stats. I just got it from Hootsuite. Social media use around the world. You can see the entire total number of active social media users, 4.48 billion. Maximum, you can just see this. This picture itself gives you a lot of details. So, since so many people are using, out of 7 billion people, around 7 billion people in the world right now, 4.48, more than half are using this social media. The social media is being used by the legal persons also, that is the normal citizen, and also by the anti-nationals to work covertly, the dark web, dark world, everything. They are also using social media. So you can just see the most used platforms, social platforms. Facebook is the leading one, 2.853 billion users. We just see what a large base it has got. So that's why the advertisements that come on Facebook, the likings, everything, the they are able to do a lot of business. And Facebook, I think everybody must be knowing, has bought WhatsApp in 2014. And you can see the usage of WhatsApp, that is also 2 billion. YouTube, all these are, you just see the social media. And Instagram, I don't see Signal within this top few social media here. And if you're not seeing it, that means the people who are using it are very discreet about it. That may be the reason. Sorry. I don't want to waste much time on this slide. I just wanted to show you the usage of social media. Since the social media is being used in a large, on a very, very large scale, it is very, very difficult to maintain user privacy. Each and every app, they've got lots of vulnerabilities which are being patched up almost more, you can say 2 or 3 times a week also sometimes. As the vulnerabilities crop up, the patches are also being done. As the patches are being put in place, are being downloaded and installed by the user, the job of data recovery from the social media apps is going to becoming more and more difficult. Yes. So I'm sorry for the small interruption. So we have seen the updates on the social media. The updates on the social media are pretty regular, and with each and every update, some vulnerability is being patched up. Something new has cropped up, and it is being patched up. It has come to notice of the manufacturer or the creator or the developer of that particular app, and he's going to patch it. It is being said that in US, nothing is released without the approval of CIA and FBI. I don't know how far, without the approval of the NSA there, because they want to have some vulnerability under their hand, which they can view all the data. But in the case of Apple, I'll just discuss one particular case wherein Apple had a tip with FBI. I'll discuss it later on this particular case. Yesterday, I had been telling you about many cases. Has anybody noted down what are the things I was telling? I will discuss later. Especially the case studies. Just remind me at the end of this lecture, in case I do not cover those case studies today also. In that case, please remind me that I was talking about such and such case, and so that I can share that with you. So as the day goes, new vulnerabilities are being patched, and that becomes a big headache for the forensic analyst. What is social media forensics? Just like in the case of disk forensics and mobile forensics, we can say this social media forensics is a part of both disk and mobile, because there are the same applications that can be used on the desktop and the mobile phone. So the application of scientific and analytical techniques. Scientific and analytical techniques means, I think everybody must be knowing, when you say something is scientific, that means there is a set of rules or the procedures laid down, which can be followed by each and every person. They will come to the same conclusion. So that's known as a scientific methodology. So the application of scientific and analytical techniques. See, these analytical techniques and scientific and analytical techniques, if you're going to use a tool, you will have to forget about it. Just start using the tool to gather evidence from social media in such a way that it is presentable before the court of law. Wherever you go, when you talk about forensics, I told you the origin of the word forensics itself is forenses, which is a Greek word, and meaning to be presented before the court of law, presentable. So whatever everything you do, I think you must have been taught that hash value is the final word, the digital fingerprint of any data set. So whatever data set is there, if you're going to attach a hash value of it, and if the hash value is changed, that means the data has been tampered. So hash value, can it be generated when it comes to social media forensics? Yes, and it can be appended to the report. So what are the points to be kept in mind while collecting social media evidence? So you're going to collect the social media from the laptop or the mobile phone. In case you got the mobile phone, and I told you about the mobile phone procedures that are to be adopted. The moment you get the mobile phone, what you'll have to do is put it on flight mode so that it doesn't connect to this one and the data deletion or addition is not taking place. So these are the things that same thing. Here again, once you get the mobile phone, you have put it on flight mode, then you'll have to, same thing has to be followed. If you just see, so in some cases, we have been asked to extract only the social media information. There were pretty recent cases wherein our teams had gone to the nearby states and then they had collected the social media applications. They faced a lot of problems in extracting the data from them. I'll discuss in detail what are the problems discussed. The problems that were that are faced by our teams out in the field. It's very easy to sit in the room and then give a lecture or use say this tool is available, that tool is available. all the things, even if the something supported by any tool, the best tools are UFED, XRY, and Oxygen, as all of you must be knowing. Even if you're going to use the best tools, if you follow, I told you yesterday also, there were on the 22nd attempt, one thing clicked. The same procedure was being, it is a scientific procedure, as I told you earlier. It is a scientific procedure so that everybody has to come to the same conclusion. And if you follow the same steps, but it is not so. There are smaller things. Maybe the driver is not updated for the particular device. Maybe the driver is not at all present on the laptop with the UFED, or it's a new device or a new social media app that has come into the market and that has been installed on the particular mobile phone. So many problems are there. If it is a new app, again, it will take a few months. You will have to report to the manufacturer of the, or the developer of the software. He will then assess this particular social media app. He'll download it, assess it, and then find out the vulnerability and try to draw out the data from this. So once you get the the mobile phone or the laptop containing the social media, isolate that particular device from the cellular network and or the internet. Normally, even if the cellular network is switched on, if the Wi-Fi is on, we can see it is constantly in action. So new data might be added, some data might be deleted. I was talking to you about that FBI case. Yesterday I had told you, wherein they got a gold mine of information from that iPhone 4S on a particular app. This guy had stored all the data, and moreover, the phone contained the contacts and everything. I think everybody must be able to recollect that what I had discussed yesterday. Entire thing was wiped out by the time they reached the forensic lab. So it is very, very essential that you isolate the device from the cellular network. Here you can't put it in a Faraday bag or do something like that. So you just isolate it, that is put it in flight mode. Then there are a lot of other procedures to be undertaken, and use the tool to extract the information. Once you extract the information, the social media credentials are stored, yesterday I told you, in the kernel of the particular operating system, whichever operating system is being used. And while it is being stored in the kernel, to get access to that, number one is the device has to be rooted. Now, there are lots of questions. If a device is rooted, will it be acceptable in the code? Once the device is rooted, when you go to the about phone and then tap it, you can just see it below it is the phone is rooted, that will be there. Sorry. So the first thing is rooting of the phone. Normally, when you make a physical dump, to make the physical dump, rooting of the phone is necessary. The tool itself does it on most of the occasions. On some occasions, we have found that rooting of the phone is very, very difficult. And it is a very risky process, I would say. In one of the cases, while we were rooting a particular device, that went into boot loop. That is, it was booting again and again and again. We tried to restore the phone. We couldn't restore it at all. This was some 3 years back, before we brought this to the notice of UFED and also XRY. Afterwards, they started giving options of restore, which I told you yesterday. So once when it was going on to the boot loop, fortunately, what we had done is, okay, I'll just discuss this case. I'll just note this case down because it's a very interesting case, and how we solved it also needs to be understood. Boot loop case. Today I'm noting down the cases myself. So yesterday's cases I have not noted. Please remind me of that. Okay. Never use the credential. Once the phone is rooted, you get a physical access to the kernel, and then you can make a physical dump. From the physical dump, using the tools, you can extract the user credentials. What are the user credentials? It is the username ID, username, and the password. But it's not going to be the exact password. It is stored in the form of a token. So the token, that token can be retrieved. Now, how do you extract the data using this particular credential and token that you have extracted? You will have to use the cloud module of either UFED or Oxygen or XRY. if the apps are logged in, that is, if say, I'm just going to talk to you about mobile forensics. That's more easier for me to explain, because of late we have not been doing any case in the past 1 year. We have not come across any case wherein we have been given laptops and then asked to extract the social media information, because the same thing might have been on the guy's phone and both of them might have been synced. So it's easier to do it on the mobile phone with the available tools. So use a forensically sound tool. I told you the names of the tools. If the apps are logged in, never log out. Why? Why this is to be followed? If a person is logging out of a particular app, say I'm logged on to WhatsApp, and the moment I open the phone, I can browse all the contacts and other chats, messages and other things, call logs, everything I can get from that particular open WhatsApp. If I'm going to log out of that particular WhatsApp, I will have to log in once again using the username password. And once I log in, a new token is being created, which is binding that mobile device with that particular app and getting authentication from the server of that particular app. Since a new token is created, what will happen is the previous token will not work. So if you're going to log out of any social media app that is already open, then you are in deep trouble. You will not be able to extract the data from that particular app from the cloud. You will not be able to access the data of the if anybody has changed the password. It need not be that the same password has to be put in. Even if you put the same password, there is a chance that the token is going to be a new token that will be input in place. And we have seen in 1 or 2 occasions, by the time the mobile phone has been brought to our lab, it has taken at least a week or 10 days. In the meanwhile, the other members of the same gang or the same organization, the militant or proscribed organization, they have got access to the particular account, social media account or the Gmail account or whatever it is. See, when I talk about social media evidence, those Gmail, you can't call it as social media. In order to activate any Android, you will have to log in with a Gmail ID. That Gmail ID might be connected with your Facebook, might be connected with your WhatsApp, and might be connected with any other account or any other social media account that has been installed on that particular device. So when you're going to get the Google Cloud, when you're going to access the Google Cloud, you will get the data of all these applications also that are stored on the Google Cloud. I suppose everybody's trying, everybody can understand this. If I got 3 applications, maybe WhatsApp, Facebook, and Telegram or Twitter, whatever it is, all these things, I'm not Twitter, WhatsApp, Telegram, Instagram, all these things, and I have logged in with the same Gmail account. That same, in that case, from the Google Cloud, in the Google Cloud, the data pertaining to these applications are also being stored. So once I get the Google account password, username ID, and password, or the token, I can download the data of these applications also, provided this guy has backed up the data on the Google Cloud. Regular backup is being done of the WhatsApp on the mobile phone itself, apart from the backing it up on the cloud. So you will not be able to access the data. In case a person of the same gang comes to know that one person has been apprehended and his phone is being seized, and he's got his Gmail account, he's got his WhatsApp account, they may open the account on this one, and then there is the Gmail account, which is giving access to the Google Cloud also. So once they do that, they can change the password. You may talk about two-factor authentication. Maybe another phone has not been caught. That phone has been given us the wherein the OTP will be coming. So in the second phone, if the OTP comes, they can authenticate it and then they can change the password. So this is possible. Once the password is changed, even though you're going to extract the token from this particular mobile phone, you will not be able to access the data. That's what I mean by telling you will not be able to access the data of this social media app if anyone has changed the password. That is, password after you have seized it, the password that is existing on that particular phone will not authenticate it with the particular server. Two-factor authentication and multiple factor authentications are hurdles in recovering data. So whenever there is a two-factor authentication, I told you yesterday also during the mobile phone forensics class, this is very much required, and everybody, in order to protect his own data for the data privacy thing, they are using two-factor authentication. What I normally do is I just have the two-factor authentication will come on my basic phone or the feature phone. For all other things, I will have the on my smartphone. I will have all the social media apps installed. In case I have got to get any authentication, it will be getting. I'll be getting it on my feature phone. The advantage of using the feature phone is it is less susceptible to any attacks or vulnerable to any attacks, because for any script to run, you require something Java based, so it is not there on that particular phone, so it is less susceptible to infection. I say less susceptible because we don't know if any such malicious programs have been written wherein feature phones, also the data from feature phones can also be seamlessly taken from the particular phone. So we are not aware. Unless we are not aware, everything is okay. The moment we get to know about it, then all the trouble starts. Recently, State Bank of India and the YONO app, they said that the YONO app and the SIM card should, with which the authorized SIM card for SBI should be on the same mobile phone. Now that's a big problem for me. I suppose you get it. So since both are going to be on the same phone, if my phone has been already hacked, then that guy who has hacked my phone will be accessing the OTP also simultaneously. So that's a big problem. I don't know why SBI did this, telling that both of them should be on the same phone. So it is a big problem for me also. Never tamper with any data available on this. Yeah, yes, please. Somebody's mic is on.
Oh, this one you got Anna.
Hello. Somebody's mic is on. Please switch off the mic.
Okay. How is his father?
Hello.
He's fine now. Okay. He went to home. Yes. Discharged
Hello.
from the.
Hello, sir. Please switch off your mic. Yeah. Never tamper with any data available on the social media apps. Anything that you tamper is not presentable in the court of law. Yeah, it is presentable under the court of law, in the court of law, as long as it does not be proved as being tampered. Yes, and that it is very easy to prove that it's been tampered. I can discuss so many case studies wherein data has been tampered, especially in disk forensics. Way back, lots of experience we have got, wherein tampered data has been provided to us, and then we have been asked to identify whether it has been tampered or not. Okay, these are the a few points that have to be kept in mind while collecting social media evidence. Use a good tool. Never change the never log out, and don't tamper with the evidence. What is the purpose of doing this social media forensics? You get the personal information about the user. It may be about the user. It may be about the user's group also. Nowadays, we are getting cases more about to know more about the user, and not about the user. It is more about the group. Get a taste of the user. Taste means, please do not mistake me, but don't take it verbally. Sorry, literally. Get the taste of the user means how tech savvy he is. I told you yesterday about this technograph applications that we found on a couple of mobile phones. Unless we come to know that this guy is capable of using, if in case we come to know that this guy is capable of using steganography software and cryptography software that's for encryption of data. Yesterday somebody was asking me about this encryption of data. Yeah, it just I just forgot. After the lecture, I just was reminded about that. I think Mr. Mukundan was talking about that. So there are cryptographic software also available which are mobile based. You can encrypt the data and then give it a password, like Mr. Satyendra Gupta sir also was telling about that. So you can encrypt the data, and then you can send it over the any app. That encrypted data will again be decrypted using the same app and the same password at the other end. So that's a very, very good alternative, but it's a big nightmare for the forensic analyst. Unless you break the password, you cannot get the data. So get the taste of the user means get to know how tech savvy that particular user is, and what are the things that he is capable of using. So if he's going to be that tech savvy, then you will have to investigate each and everything thoroughly, and there's every chance that you will not get much data from that particular user. The user activities, thoughts and strategies, especially we have found this in the recent cases which we have attended to, where mobile phones of anti-national groups have been provided to us, and we came to know what is their planning, what are the planning in future, what are the planning for the forthcoming Independence Day thing, and the future plans for this. So we get to know about the users activities, the user groups activities, and their thoughts, strategies, everything also we come to know. No user contacts and groups, yes, that will again, this is a very, very big thing, that gold mine of information, which will help in spreading our net further to catch more and more people who are involved in anti-national activities. So many contacts will be there who will be totally innocent, but it is up to you, the investigator, because the more contacts he gets, there is a possibility that he'll get more data, and more out of the say suppose he's getting 100 contacts, some 100 maybe 1 GB of data from this particular mobile phone. If he's going to do that for 100 people, he may get 400 GB of data or 500 GB of data. Browsing through the entire data and making link analysis to track the entire group, that's, we got lots of software for that also. You will come to know the user contacts, their groups, and linkages can be done. If the data is extracted, you say I'm just opening a case number 1, in that the mobile phone of A is there, the first mobile phone of A, second mobile phone of A, and third mobile phone of A, mobile phone of B, mobile phone of C, mobile phone of D, first mobile of D, second mobile of D. So like that, you got n number of people all belonging to the same particular group. You get all the mobile phones, collect all the data, collate the data, and then what you do is start doing the link analysis. The link analysis is also there. The Oxygen, XRY, and UFED, they give you this link analysis. It is pretty good. They give you all the user activities, and you can make out a lot. You can get a lot of intelligence from doing all these things. Hello. You can get the user metadata like the timestamp, IP address, location, and other sensitive information. I was talking to you about location-based case that we had done. I think this was one of the cases that I was telling. The location that was given by, okay, location-based study, case study. Yeah. So now, since you got all the data pertaining to that particular user, you know his activities, what type of activities he's interested in, he's involved in, and then it becomes as though you have become the eyewitness to the entire crime. So the investigator turns an eyewitness. So that was about how, why is social media forensics being done. Now, social media forensics is done on social media applications. In the Android mobile phone, it is in the form of APK files. So in the APKs, this is the basic structure of a mobile phone application. There is something called the storage location, where the application will be stored, encryption, that's also there, file structure, the data format, and user data. I'll just briefly touch about all these things. I will not go much into the technical details of these things. I'll just tell you, in case somebody is interested, they can contact me later on. So in the mobile phone applications, these are the basics. This is the basic structure of any mobile phone application. So mobile phone applications, first thing is storage location. Each and every, the entire Android mobile phone, Android operating system is itself a virtual machine. Okay, that is a virtual machine. Within the virtual machine, you got various, each and every application that you install is allocated a certain space, which is allocated a sandbox, I would say. When I say it's a sandbox, I mean to say that all the activity pertaining to that particular application will be within that particular sandbox. If there are 5 applications installed on my mobile phone, there will be 5 sandboxes within which each and everything will be operating. Since the it is operating in a sandbox, the data pertaining to one particular application will not be viewable by the other application. My WhatsApp contacts and my Facebook contacts and my Instagram contacts or whatever it is, these will be different. They will not be shared among each other. Yes, you may ask me the contacts, the basic contacts that the Google gives, your contacts list, your location, your photos, your SMS. These are the basic things that are shared, that are in the sandbox or the virtual machine, Android virtual machine. These are shared by each and every application. But within each and every application, if I got around 500 contacts on my Google, that is on my Android phone, of which 35 are there in my WhatsApp, around 50 are there in my Facebook. The 35 in my WhatsApp, the contacts, and the 50 in my Facebook, they will not be linked. That is, Facebook will not be coming to know that there are so many applications, so many contacts on my WhatsApp, and who are they. So I suppose you are able to understand. So each sandbox is something, a small island of its own, without any interaction with the other sandboxes. So the settings for them will be different. We can extract the data from most of the sandboxes. Okay, application sandbox, provided the security features are they are supported. That is, the extraction is supported by the tools. External storage. So within the application sandbox, the data can be stored. And external storage, you got backups. The external storage may be on the memory card that has been put in the Android, or it may be on the cloud. These are the 3 places where we can store the data within that particular sandbox. That is, within that application, you got various structures. I'll tell you about the structure later on. And we got this memory card. There we can store the backup of this particular application. The third one is storing the data of that particular application on the cloud using the internet. You can see the complexity also I have given. Data extraction complexity, it's medium in sandbox. It is very easy in the case of external storage. Is something like disk forensics. Yesterday I was talking to you about extracting data from the multimedia card or the SD card. It is just make a physical image, extract all the deleted data. You can do that. Yeah, sometimes that will be encrypted. You will have to break the encryption. You may have backups also will have encryption. You will have to crack that encryption. Cloud or the internet, I don't have to tell about it. Is there stored on the proprietary servers, and the data extraction is pretty difficult. Why? For that, you will have to record the username, the user credentials, and then put it on the cloud and then extract the data from there. Many a time this have not worked because of the change of the tokens, or because the password has been changed, or he has logged out of that particular this one. You will have to log in once again. The moment you log in, a new token is created, which is not in sync with the previous token that was there. Sorry. I was just telling you what is application sandbox. Other users data, that is other user data and other system resources, they are separate. The sandbox, the particular application, we have got other users data also. It is accessing the system resources also. In other words, when I say system resources, the system resources include your geolocation, that is your GPS, your microphone, your camera. These are the other resources. What is the other user data? Contacts, SMS, call list. These are by default on the Android. So these are accessible by the app, but within the app is a sandbox. There is unrestricted use to these two things only by the application. It all depends upon the settings of the particular application. What all settings you've given, what permissions you've given for that to access which resource, whether you've given it access to camera or microphone or not, or the geolocation. It's all depending upon you, your user settings for that particular app. I'm just skipping this. Okay. Second point was encryption. Each application has its own proprietary form of encryption. Normally, they do it in the SQLite encrypted database. WhatsApp is using right now Crypt 14 for encrypting. I told you yesterday about one particular case while dealing with mobile phone forensics. When it comes to extraction of data from the social media, what does the particular tool that you're using to extract the data, what does it do? Crypt 14 cannot be broken by any of the latest tools. What they do is the tool itself has got a copy of Crypt 8. I think you may recollect what I said yesterday. So since they got a copy of the Crypt 8 and they know the vulnerability, they remove this Crypt 14 and then keep it aside, insert the Crypt 8, extract the data because the file structure is almost the same. The entire file is encrypted and the SQLite encrypted database, they know the vulnerability of that. So they place in this Crypt 8 version and extract the data. And after the data extraction is complete, remove the Crypt 8 and replace it with the Crypt 14, the latest one that is there. So this is a normal process with which the commercial tools extract the data from the social media applications. Encrypting specific field within the file is also possible. Suppose I got SQLite database with we got the message store.db, then contacts.db, all these things for WhatsApp. There are certain applications which to encrypt your contacts. So within that encryption, a particular database is encrypted. Again, to get that data, you will have to decrypt it. There is a possibility that the tool that you're using does not have any means to decrypt it. So you may get the other data, the multimedia files may be there, but the database portion may be encrypted, so you'll not get the data. I suppose everybody is able to understand what I'm trying to tell. A particular application, the chat messages may be in a new format, maybe in a wherein entire the database pertaining to that particular chat application might be encrypted. But the media that have been shared using that particular application, they are lying on the phone, they are not encrypted. So those particular photos or images or audio files, photos or videos or audio files, they can be extracted, but linking them to which chat, that will be a big problem. End-to-end encryption, all of them offer end-to-end encryption. So this prevents the man-in-the-middle attacks. It doesn't directly affect the smartphone forensics. It is only during transmission of data from one phone to another phone or one device to another device. It may not be a phone, it may be a laptop, it may be something else. So it doesn't directly affect smartphone forensics because on your phone, everything is decrypted. You're having the tokens, and it's always open. If you have been logged in, you're not logged out, everything is visible to you. So in smartphone forensics, while you're having the phone with you, the application data can be downloaded, can be extracted easily if the application is still logged on. I just was discussing. Okay, the same thing, that is end-to-end encryption, sender receiver. The while in transit, it is encrypted, but not on the phone. Next thing is the file structure. I was talking to you about the database storage. It may be in the SQLite format or the ESCDB. What is ESCDB? Where was it being used? I think I don't know how many of you know this. The ESCDB was it was started by the Windows people. So in Windows, they've brought out a new type of database. Just a minute, please. Sorry. Sorry. The ESEDB stands for Extensible Storage Engine Database. This was initially used by Windows. They brought it onto their Windows Phone also. So, but this is not being used by any of the Android phones, and it is outdated. So, SQLite database is being used by almost all the applications. Then this is the database where pertaining to the contacts and the messages. The other types of file storage can be, they may be storing it in the form of a CSV or the text files, or there will be log files pertaining to the usage of that particular application. The log files, they are, excuse me. Yeah. These are the other types of files that are being used by the applications. Okay, JSON, that is a Java based file, XML files. Complex structure storage, that is in the case of Apple phones, it is in the form of PLIS. They use binary or the XML structure. They also use proprietary structure. It depends upon which type of phone you are using and which type of application you're using. That is the operating, I'm sorry, which type of phone, not which type of phone, which type of operating system that is being used. I just told you about this relation where TCAM. I don't want to go much into the complexities. Okay, Windows Phone. Okay. First one was the storage. Next one was the file structure, encryption, file structure, and now we are going about the data format. How is the data stored? In which format it is? So we find that most of the data they are using base64 to encode it. The dates are in Unix or Apple timestamps for iPhones, and they are non-UTC. UTC is Universal Time Constant, which is for India, it is UTC plus 530. It's basically GMT. Non-encoding is base 64. We have seen that encoding, most of the applications, they are using this base 64. So when you talk about structured data, it is the geolocation coordinates. They may be stored in the Java or the XML format. Excuse me. Yeah. This I will skip. Now I will come to the tools that are being used, and I'll just briefly tell you what is the functionality of each tool. Yesterday I didn't elaborate on the tools. Yesterday also I was talking to you about Magnet Axiom, UFED, that is celebrates UFED, XRY, and Oxygen software. I didn't talk about Belcasoft. Yeah, Belcasoft and Axiom are almost the same thing. Both of them give us help in extraction of data from the social media apps, from the internet. They give us the internet artifacts and the browser artifacts also. Who has used which browser for what, and what has he browsed? All the URLs that he has browsed, everything will come. I have been asked questions regarding is data, if we go on incognito mode, can the data be retrieved? Yes, it can be retrieved. I just want to tell you, in the case of disk forensics or mobile phone forensics, if you're going to delete data, then the data is going out of your eyesight. The data still will exist on the mobile phone or the particular laptop or desktop until it has been overwritten. If you can create a physical dump of the mobile phone or the laptop, you can recover all the deleted data. In the case of mobile phone, this has been compounded recently. I told you, due to file-based encryption. In the previous slides, I was just telling you about the structured database, and in the database I was talking to you about SQLite database, wherein the data is stored, the contacts and messages, chats are also stored. When you're deleting the data is being deleted from the phone's ROM. That is the read-only memory, the phone memory you call it. So when it is being deleted from that read-only memory, if the entry in the database is still present, you may be able to recover the data. But if the entry within that in the database has been overwritten with the new data pertaining to a new entry, new file that has been created, then you will not be able to recover. It is as good as overwriting that particular area. This is possible when we are going to do. Yesterday, I was talking to you about 3 types of extraction from the mobile phone screen. 4 types: screen capture, logical, physical, and then the last one was chip off or JTAG and chip off. So in between logical and physical, nowadays we are getting this file system extraction, which I didn't elaborate yesterday. This file system extraction, again, when you do it, you get the entire tree structure of that particular file system. In the Android file system, I think Mr. Ombir was telling you about yet another fat file system. Okay. So that is being widely used in Android, and he was telling about, I think, AICTE4, that is a Linux-based file system. Somebody's mic is on. Please switch it off. So if you're
फाइलों की गलती कुछ नहीं निकली है, ये कोई मेरे ख्याल से जल्दी कोई चेक करवाने भी नहीं आया है, तो ये फाइलों की वहीं पे निकलेगी. जेडे स्टूडेंट्स दे हाले कितना वाइवा कदों खत्म.
Hello. Somebody speaking in Punjabi, if I'm right. Please.
Yes, sir, I'm muted. Please mute yourself.
Muted, sir, muted.
No, somebody's mic is still on. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can I proceed, ma'am? Somebody's mic is still on. Yeah, now it's off. Yeah. Create a physical, create and lik diya it should be create a physical image of the device. I was talking to you about the file system extraction. So the file system is extraction. In the logical thing, I was telling you, you will not be able to get the deleted data. In the physical, you will be able to get all the deleted data. So since the file-based encryption has been put in place in the latest Androids and with the latest security patches, I told you August 2018, all the phones whose Android applications have been updated after that the security patch of Android is later than August 2018, then we are having great problem on our hands in creating a physical image of that particular device. So the mobile phone manufacturers, software, that is a mobile phone data extraction software manufacturers, they have devised an in-between tool that is in between logical and physical. So in that in-between logical and physical thing, in logical, no deleted data. In physical, all deleted data is possible. So in the in-between state, which is file system extraction, that they are giving support almost all are around 40% of the phones, the latest smartphones are supported for this file system extraction. What is always advised is always go for a logical extraction first. That is the simplest one. Extract all the data that is visible to you. Next, if file system extraction is there, go for the file system extraction. The advantage of file system extraction is the tool will parse through the entire file structure, all the databases, and if anything has not yet been overwritten in any particular database file, it will extract that particular data and display you. In other words, there is a chance that you may get 25% of the deleted data. In the case of physical, there's a chance that you will get 80% or in the almost all the deleted data there. Here, somewhere between 25 to 50%, we may get the deleted data, provided the tree structure of the file system has not been overwritten. What it does is it goes to the particular area. Suppose it's a contacts, and in the contacts list itself, it is there in the database itself. It is in the contacts list, say there are 400 contacts existing. You have deleted some 10 contacts, but you have not added some new contacts into it. So the 10 contacts that have been deleted by you, since they have not been overwritten with some new data in the database file, they will be extractable. I suppose I'm very clear about what is logical, physical, and in between said file structure. So file structure also, it is deleted data that you're getting, but partially deleted data. It is based on the entry in the registry of that particular mobile phone file system. Okay, based on that, the pointers are there. So they go to the pointers, and based on the pointers, they extract the data from that particular location of that particular phone memory. So we can do the analysis of data extracted. I was talking to you about each and every thing. The Belkasoft and Magnet Axiom. I told you Magnet Axiom right now supports more than 600 applications. Your Ola, Uber is also included. Your WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook, all the major things, Instagram, Telegram, everything supported. But how much of data with each and every passing day, with each and every passing addition of new patches of these applications, the data that will be recovered by you is going to become smaller and smaller. Yes, they may be having some vulnerability that is known to them, through which they can fetch the entire data. And that reminds me of that one particular case I was telling you, FBI versus Apple. What happened was in 2015, one ISIS guy was caught in US. He had shot down 15 Americans. This guy was apprehended, and his mobile phone, it was iPhone 5C. Just note down iPhone 5C. iPhone 5C, they got it. It was locked with a passcode. Way back in 2015, 16, early 16, that is the investigation was done by FBI. In 2016, there were no tools that could decrypt or decode the passcode or bypass the passcode. So Apple had a strong mechanism, and they said, FBI asked Apple, they said, the passcode must be lying in your server. Please part with it. It is of national security. It is impinging on national security. Apple flatly refused, telling that user privacy is of utmost importance. We can't do it. So FBI took Apple to the court, and then the court asked Apple to give the code. Again, it refused, citing user privacy laws. And the court asked them to assemble after 1 month, asked them to get to an understanding, because this was regarding national security. So FBI, what it did, it contacted a particular company, and that company said, sir, no problem. We know of one particular vulnerability within this particular iPhone, within the iOS. They are telling that they will not give you the passcode. In other words, the front door is locked. You can't enter into the house and get all the data or all the things that you want from that house. No problem. We know where the exhaust fan is lying. We can remove the grill of that exhaust fan, send a small boy into the house, and fetch all the data through that small hole in the exhaust. Okay. The moment everything is fetched back, what we will do is, we will once everything is fetched back, we will call the boy out. He will refix a grill and give it back. If the front door is locked, no problem. We will get it through the exhaust fan, the hole for the exhaust fan. So that's precisely what they did. They knew a vulnerability within the operating system. It was actually based, it was on the chip that vulnerability was discovered, a hardware vulnerability. And using that vulnerability, they entered the data. They didn't, you have to use the passcode. They entered the iPhone and retrieved all the data. After 1 month, again, Apple and FBI came to the court. Then the judge asked Apple to give all the data, all the passcode to FBI. Apple flatly refused. FBI said, no problem. We have already got the data. If they had shut their mouths, that vulnerability would have not been patched. Now that vulnerability has been patched. From iPhone 5s, we can't make a physical dump, because that vulnerability that was there in the hardware has been patched, and they are using the latest Bionic chips. That is, I think it's a Bionic chip A12. So there they were using Bionic chip 6, if I'm right. So from 5C till 5C, that earlier Bionic chip was being used. So that was the vulnerability in that particular Bionic chip has been patched. And then another vulnerability has been detected till iPhone 10. So in this till iPhone 10, the next binary that was A10, 8 up to A8 bionic chip. Another vulnerability had been discovered, and which cannot be patched because it is also a hardware vulnerability through which we can do this file system extraction. There again, the possibility of doing an physical dump extraction is not there. For iPhones, you can't do that. Certain again, when it comes to file system extraction, we are able to lay our hands on some portion of the deleted data also. So this was regarding that particular case I wanted to tell you about. So analysis of extracted data. Okay, Belkasoft and Magnet Axiom, they perform. I was telling you, Magnet Axiom was is capable of extracting data from more than 600 types of applications. So 600 type of applications, it can, what can do, it can reconstruct the application, recover the deleted data. I was talking to you about the Jammu case. I suppose you can recollect, wherein the spy was caught from Jammu, and before and after that logical and physical dump, before we could make the dump and after we could make the dump, what was the difference I told you. So that is the importance of these things. If you are able to recover the deleted data, reconstruct the data, and the biggest problem is decoding the data, decrypting the data, and then providing it to the user in viewable format. Which type of encryption they have used, what are the vulnerabilities they have patched up, it all depends on this. Belkasoft is equally good. If I say 100 marks for Axiom, Belkasoft is somewhere 85. Oxygen software celebrates, that is UFED, the software, the name of the company is Celebrate, but the product that we will be using for cloud forensics or social media forensics is UFED for PC, and along with the physical analyzer PA, how they termed it as a pathfinder, and UFED cloud. These are the three things, the modules that will be required. Oxygen, we have got the Oxygen Forensic Detective and the Oxygen Cloud. The cloud module is very essential when it comes to social media forensics. And XRY Complete, we have got XRY, there they give again the cloud, drone. These are different modules that everybody has. They have found out that people are behind the cloud data because most of the data is now being fetched from the cloud. So they have intensified the research work in this particular area, that is the cloud area. The other coming one is the drone one. So Belkasoft, Axiom, Celebrate, Oxygen. Yeah, this is what I just want to tell you about the tools. Apart from using the tools, what are the other methodologies that you can adopt? You can take screenshots. If I can share one, Nairit Kohima has developed one. What was that? LWAT, live web acquisition tool. So you can get the screenshots of particular the website. You can get the database of that website using that particular tool. So screenshots, then screen scraper. This also you can just search in the Google. You will get lots of screen scrapers which can get the data from the screen of the website screen. X1 social media discovery. I should have included this in the previous thing itself, but this is purely a social media discovery. It's nothing to do with mobile phone forensics. See, in this feeding, you have to give in the feed and then have to attach it to the net, wherein it will collate all the data from particular applications, and then it will bring out the link analysis. It will help in gaining intelligence based on the analysis that it is done. It is an AI based tool right now. Sorry, page freezer, again the entire website, that page can be taken by you, taken down, and it can be copied. HD track website, because these are we are not getting the latest updates for this. I think it was last updated in 2017 if I'm right. Axiom I have told you, Belkasoft Evidence Center Ultimate I just told you about these things. These are the social media forensic tools. In the previous slide, these are also part of the social media forensic tools. They are basically mobile phone forensic tools. Here, these are purely social media forensic tools. The interesting part of the AS1. Excuse me, please. Hello. गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं क्लास ठीक है। ओके, विश को बोल दो। ओके, हाँ, the importance or the of social media forensics. I'm just telling you, this was a very interesting case. This happened this year. We were given the phone of one particular suspect who was supposed to be an IACA module, Indian module of the ISIS. This guy's mobile phone was there. It was just having a 8 GB ROM, and in that 8 GB ROM, it was filled with data. Say 4 GB or 4.5 GB of Android data was there. That is the pertaining to the operating system. The rest of the 4 GB we could was filled with data. All the data could be recovered. Now, when the user came, user organization or the user unit within our department, when they came for this this one, they said, sir, it has got only 4 GB of space left and 4 GB is filled. Just extract the 4 GB data and give it. Please write it on a DVD and give it. From within the 4 GB, fortunately, we could make a physical dump of this particular mobile phone that had been presented to us. For physical dump, that means it was having Android Lollipop. That is, Android 5 was installed on that. It was an old phone, around 2016 phone, I think, 14 phone. So this phone was being used by that guy. We could make a physical dump. From the physical dump, we could get his tokens for cloud-based applications. Now, this guy had stored only 4 GB on his mobile phone, and the capacity was almost full. And when we started cloud data extraction, which went on for more than 2 days, because it depends upon the quality of internet that you're getting, and also how many people are pinging the server at the same time. So the bandwidth at the server from the server end also gets minimized. So it's a huge thing, because worldwide, suppose it's going to be WhatsApp server or something like that, they can cater to billions of users per second. So in spite of that, if you're going to use a forensic tool, the bandwidth is reduced. We are not, though you might be using a 1 Gbps line, the amount of data, the rate of data that's going to be brought to you from on your that is going to be downloaded onto your machine will be very slow. It will be in a few MB per minute. So in that case, it took more than 2 days, but at the end of 2 days, we were able to get 45 GB of data. Only 4 GB from the phone, 45 GB from the net. This guy had, fortunately for us, synced all his accounts with the Google account. Since all the accounts were there, Facebook, WhatsApp, and all the applications that he had been, I don't remember which exact application that he had done. So what we did was, we could get 49 GB of data from the mobile phone plus the cloud, 45 from the cloud, 4 GB from the zone. So this was a very crucial piece of evidence that we could extract from the cloud. Now, though nothing was there on the phone, only the credentials could be extracted. I told you it was an older model of phone. Physical extraction, physical dump could be made. That's why you could get the credentials. It could be, see, the first, I think I told you in the early part of this lecture, routing is of utmost importance. Once the phone is routed, when the phone is going to do a physical dump, I told you routing is very essential. When you're doing the routing or extraction of a physical dump using the software tools that I mentioned earlier, that is XRY, UFED, or Oxygen, when you're doing the physical dump, they don't ask for the routing or anything to be done. Whatever is going to be done, it is being done by the tool itself, and they don't leave any trace of they use some other vulnerability rather than routing the phone directly. Yes, the debugger options must be enabled. So you must enable the stay awake. You must enable don't verify third-party apps. These are the things that you will have to do. And then once this is done, just click onto the continue. Once you click onto the continue, it starts extraction, making a physical dump on its own. Once the physical dump is made, again, you will have to parse it through the physical analyzer of maybe in XRY, it is examine, XAMN. In the case of UFED, it is a UFED physical analyzer. and they in the oxygen thing, they don't have any thing separately. It does the analysis of the physical dump on its own. Where where UFED and XRY, which are supposed to be the leaders of mobile phone forensics, where they fail, oxygen comes up trumps. Yesterday I was telling you in 2 cases where device seizure, which is the lowest or the mobile phone forensic tool with the minimum features, that came out trumps when all others failed. This Jammu case WhatsApp, I think I've talked to yesterday regarding extraction of data from the WhatsApp. That again is social media information. I just was talking to you about that right now also. The logical and physical, the difference between that, how much data we were able to extract from that. That was purely on this social media, on the basis of Axiom, that could reconstruct the social media application, that's WhatsApp. We could get enormous data which proved as a clinching evidence in that particular case, implicating the guy. And till then, I would like to tell you, till then he was telling that he was not at all involved in any espionage activities. I suppose all of you can recollect the case that I was discussing yesterday. The third one is a compromised person. This we have been getting since last year. Just a minute, please. What we are saying is, based on the social media applications, people are being targeted. If somebody comes to know, that is, these are targeted attacks on specific people of specific organizations. They may be of the military, they may be of the DRDO, they may be of some crucial, important public sector undertakings, which are dealing with maybe manufacturing aircrafts or manufacturing satellites or something like that. So such people are being targeted. They are being compromised using Facebook or WhatsApp, especially Facebook. We have just investigated one case wherein we could identify more than 250 people who had been compromised based on the lack of adoption of security procedures or safety and lack of awareness about social media usage. What happened was, one particular one girl, yesterday I found that particular gang has been busted in from Rajasthan. The gang that was that had lured more than 250 people of a particular organization. We were given the phones of just 2 people. What we found is, we were told that more than when we went through the list of contacts from the Facebook of both the mobile phones, we found almost matching list of contacts, and they all happen to be members of the same organization, a government organization. So all these guys were young guys. They have been recruited newly. They were not having much awareness about the security procedures that have to be adopted. And a beautiful looking girl approached them on WhatsApp, said, "Hi, I am so-and-so from so-and-so place. Who are you? Can I be friends with you?" The moment that guy said yes, then that girl said, "Please, I'm just sending you a link wherein we can chat freely without anybody having any surveillance on us." So that she gave a link. That link took this guy to a particular application. She said, "Please download that application. We can chat in future on this application itself. It is a very safe application. Couple of friends and myself have developed this particular app. It is very safe." So what happened was, this particular application was not available on iStore, that is the App Store of Apple, and also not available on the Google Play Store. It was a specialized app that was being hosted on a particular server, and I think it was in Germany or something, that was leased out something. So this guy, the moment he tapped on that, he downloaded that particular application and then started chatting with that girl. He was chatting with that girl, but what happened on the background? That was actually a link wherein a malware got installed on this particular guy's mobile phone, and all the data. He was of a particular very sensitive organization, and the data from his phone, the contact list and everything from his phone was sent across to that particular server, wherein the front end was a girl. He was always a girl was seen, and he was chatting with that girl only. And he came to know that when this entire mobile phone, since that was a sensitive organization, the data flowing from the organization outward was being monitored. So this guy latched onto the Wi-Fi of that particular organization within the office premises. They found that it was going to suspicious IP address. So there started this particular investigation. When they saw that which is this IP address, they found that it was somewhere in Germany. They collected this guy's phone, and then when they saw it was a malware had been installed on this particular guy's mobile phone, and it was exfiltrating all the data in that mobile phone. Call list, contacts, the application data, plus the data stored on the mobile, multimedia card, SD card, everything was being exfiltrated. And whatever he was talking, his microphone was switched on, his camera was being switched on at all times, and the geo location was being switched on at the will and whim of whim and fancy of the guy who was operating that particular malware from abroad, and that happened to be Pakistan. So just because you don't know what is the use of social media forensics in this, this particular application was not supported by any of the mobile phone tools. So when it came to us, we just found out what are the list of applications installed. Yesterday I was talking to you about this particular thing that is very, very important. List of applications installed. I told you about one particular case in Germany wherein the steganography software had been installed. Similarly, we always have a look at the list of applications installed. Any suspicious application, we just download that, get to the source code of that particular APK, and then have a look. So in that particular thing, within the APK, the particular IP address that had come to the notice of that organization was hard coded in it. So that proved that this guy, and what happened was, since one person had been lured into this downloading of this, and all the details, his contacts of all the social media, other applications, also whichever he was browsing, the contacts of those applications were also being sent. And based on the contact list, other people of the same organization were also trying to be compromised, and they had succeeded to great extent. But fortunately, before the entire two guys could send much data, this was noticed, and everybody was asked to reset their mobile phone. So this was a very peculiar case wherein this social media application that was being used, so-called social media application, I would say, that was used to compromise the personnel of a sensitive organization. So there, the social media forensics had to be done by us separate on our own. We had to do the Android APK analysis, and that's where we got all the information. There we found out all that has been all the data that is being collected by the malware, which are the locations from it has been collected, and which IP it is going to be sending to. WhatsApp business account dual apps. I was talking to you about this, and one particular recent case, we had come across a mobile phone of a guy, a very much wanted guy, of a proscribed organization. So this guy's mobile phone was brought to us. Now all the applications, the UFED, XRY, Oxygen, UFED and XRY, Mobile Edit, and other things. Oxygen has got some other mechanism. I'll just tell you about that. So what happened was, when this guy's mobile phone was obtained, we found lots of data on his WhatsApp. Thousands of chat sessions, more than 100 groups and other things, all with linkages across the world. Everything was there. But the data that our department was looking for was not available on this WhatsApp account. What we normally do is, since there's a paucity of time, we are normally told we give you 5 hours or 6 hours, so you just extract the data, give it to us, so that we can carry on the interrogation of the suspect. That's what normally we are told. So in this case, they were given 5 or 6 hours. So the easiest way out, it is a 128 GB mobile phone. The easiest way out is taken. I told you, first thing we do is logical extraction. Second thing is go for file system extraction or physical extraction later on, because in case that fails, they go into the boot loop. It is a big problem to restore the phone. Since we have got all the existing data on us, we at least have the data that we require. Though it might have been some deleted data that we are looking for, at least whatever was available on the phone, viewable on the phone, could have been collected. So that's what we do. So in this case, after the logical extraction was there, we gave the data to the other unit, and they said, where is the data pertaining to this and this? Then we said, whatever data was there in that particular thing, we have extracted it. Let us have a look at the phone. When we looked at the phone, we found it had a WhatsApp business account. So 2 accounts were there. In one case, we found 3 accounts. One normal account and 2 business accounts on the same phone. So this WhatsApp business account was not extracted by the the mobile phone forensic software. We have seen and most of the times, this is what happens. We are unless we are told that certain thing is also there, since we don't have time to browse through the phone, and we can't browse the phone when the extraction is on. So we immediately do this logical extraction and immediately give it, ask them if they can give us some more time, 7 or 8 hours more, then we will do for further extraction. If they say yes, we go for that. Otherwise, we ask them, have you got all the information? Yes means okay, fine, give back the phone. Otherwise, have a look at it again. So in this case, we had to have a look at it. We found it had got WhatsApp business account. It is not supported by any of the tools. So what we did was, we had to push in an agent which could fetch the data from this second account. This agent could be pushed in through that Oxygen forensic detective. And once this Oxygen forensic detective sent the agent, we asked it just to get the data from this WhatsApp business account, because we had already got the data from the all other data present on the mobile phone. We found it had got more than 75,000 chats. And extracting 75,000 chats will take you hours together. So fortunately, we were given extra time, and we could extract all the evidence from the business account, and we could get all the information, much more than what we needed from the WhatsApp business account. This is a big problem. I told you again, if it is there, if somebody has logged on to this account, please do not log out. The moment you log out, a new token will have to be created once you log in, and it's going to it will not sync with the previous one. And okay, so never log out on your own from anything while you are investigating any particular case. I told you WhatsApp. Once we got a phone from which the WhatsApp had been logged out by the user himself. He came to know that he's going to be apprehended, and he had logged out of the WhatsApp. He had logged out of almost all the social media applications. When we browsed through the entire thing, we extracted all the data, but we couldn't get any data from the WhatsApp because it has been logged out. Number 2, since it is logged out, the credentials that were present on the phone, they were not working. We were not able to get it from the cloud. So as a last resort, what we did was, we had a look at the phone manually, connected to our while it was on flight mode, connected to our laptop. When we saw that it is shown as an internal storage, we went to WhatsApp. There was this backup file. This particular encrypted backup file, the backup file is normally encrypted. This encrypted backup file, what we did, we used Oxygen again. We put it on Oxygen Cloud. So immediately Oxygen Cloud, we got a please type the OTP sent on the mobile phone. The moment we got it, this was sent by the WhatsApp server through this particular Oxygen Cloud module. So we were really elated. We switched on the phone for just a second or maybe 5 seconds or so, and then that is put it on flight mode again. In the meanwhile, in these 5 seconds, we had to take the risk because it was something of national security importance, and we were given the go ahead to put it for a minute or so onto the network. And we fortunately got it. We didn't put it on data mode. We put it only on the cellular mode so that we could get the OTP. And the moment we got the OTP, we put it, and you won't believe the entire data was decrypted. All the data that was present on the mobile phone was deleted. We could retrieve 47 GB of data. 47 GB of data. We could, sorry, it is 4.7 GB of data, not 47. That was stored in the backup file of this particular guy. So 4.7 GB of data could be recovered, and that 4.7 GB is a huge amount. You could get all the files that we wanted. Everything was stored on the mobile phone itself. So the WhatsApp backup, that also plays a great role in retrieving information. You should know the techniques how to extract it, and you should always be on the lookout for newer techniques through which you can bypass the existing ones. So this is all about the case studies. I was talking to you about the boot loop case yesterday also. Once what we had done was, during the extraction of WhatsApp, I told you it is being downgraded to Crypt 8, and then the version will be restored as Crypt 14. We had made the logical extraction. We had also created a physical dump. From the physical dump, we got this mobile phone had 16 GB memory. From the 16 GB memory, we could get almost 16 to more than 16 GB. Sorry, from the 16 GB memory, we could get all the data that was there on the phone. All the data meaning all deleted data too. So the amount of free space on that mobile phone was around 7 GB or so. In other words, 11 GB was occupied. 9 GB was occupied and 7 GB was free. When we extracted the deleted data, we could get almost 16 GB of data. Now, once the physical dump had been made, this phone went on boot loop mode. Now we were shocked because we were supposed to give the mobile phone back to the user unit. How to do that? This was this case we had highlighted to UFED and XRY, and after which I told you yesterday also, they put in this restore method, wherein using that same thing, the moment it started going into the boot loop again and again, the next boot time, just press the restore button, it will restore it automatically through a particular procedure. You don't have to intervene in that. So what happened was, when this boot loop was going on, we had extracted data with us. Now the WhatsApp, while extracting the data from the WhatsApp, especially this has hang, and the phone hung, and it has become almost like a brick. We tried out lots of this thing. Ultimately, what we had to do was, since we had got all the data, I'm not advising anybody to do this. We had to do this. I'm just telling you one experience. This is not a forensic sound method. One thing that we had to do to restore the data on that. That's why I'm just telling you. Again, I'm repeating. This is not a forensic method. I wouldn't advise anybody to do this. But please follow what I have told you. Make a logical extraction, make a file system extraction, and or physical extraction after that only, so that you got the data that was already existing on the phone. Why? Because of this particular boot loop case. What we did was, we now recovered all the data, 16 GB of data. And since this was going on boot loop mode, we were advised to put it on reset mode. Particular thing, I think shift up, down volume plus the start one and the home button, all the three simultaneously, and then do the reset of the phone. When we reset it, all the data from the phone is gone. We are supposed to give back the phone. Now, fortunately, the logical extraction had been done. So we could put all the data. Now we know what all the applications he was using. We had to download and install the application and then push in all the data. So it was a huge thing. It took us more than a day for putting the phone in the right perspective. Everything was perfectly done, and the phone was handed over to him with 9 GB of data. Since we had put in only the logically extracted data, not the physically extracted data. If we had put in the physical data, it wouldn't have gone into the phone, because Out of 16 GB, 4 to 4.5 GB is pertaining to the Android. So the rest is 12 to 12.5 GB that is there on the phone. Of which this guy had used 7 GB. 9 GB, including that is 4.5 GB. So these were certain case studies that I wanted to discuss with you. Any questions, please? I was talking to you about one location-based case study yesterday. Excuse me. Good morning, sir. Sir. Sir, just taking class, sir. Internet only. Yes, sir. Please tell me. Just come. Hello. 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 I'm sorry, I just got to leave a bit early. Any questions, please?
So just a query.
Yeah.
For example, there are three social media interfaces. Maybe let it, for example, YouTube and Instagram or Facebook, which is being controlled by the same Google ID. So
Okay.
once the data, as you said, if you are connected to the Google Cloud, and the token is issued. But that is my assumption that three different interfaces may be having three different servers, because it's not necessarily that if you are connected to the Google Cloud, the physical location of the server is the same.
Yes, I do agree with that, sir. But we are not going to intervene with anything, because once we put on this one, see if are you talking about three interfaces of the same app?
No, actually there are three different app data which has been
Fine.
controlled.
I got your point, sir. When you are using this, what do you call it, the cloud module of this, you don't have to intervene. You just have to give the authentication token for that particular account. If it's going to be Instagram's account package will also be extracted. You will have to put that once again. So that will download in case that is not the same as the Google one. So that will also be downloaded and then sent to you. You can download it and then view it separately.
Okay, I mean, if it is going to generate three different tokens for three different interfaces, it is going to work with your forensic software.
Yes, sir. All the account packages of each and every application can be extracted. If they are say there are 5 different applications for which the account package has been extracted, you will have to put each and every account package. After the extraction of one is over, you have to put the second one. Again, it will extract for the second one.
Okay, it's a sequential one.
It is a sequence. You know, you will have to do it. It is up to you which sequence you want to adopt.
Okay.
Whether you want the data from all the things, it's up to you, sir.
Okay, and second thing, sir, that linkages you were talking about the contacts like FB contacts, etc. I think AI will be very fruitful in that case.
AI is being used to great especially for that link analysis and other things. The AI module is being used. Yeah, you are right.
It is not being used at the moment, I believe, but
No.
because
yeah.
That is the first area actually. We need to work in that AI, and the MongoDB type of database also, which are based on CSV or the text. So that is going to help a lot the forensic investigators. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? I'm sorry, my senior officer is just calling. Anybody, please? Any more questions? I would like to answer them. No problem. Hello. Any questions?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is Mukundan here.
Yes,
sir, not in a what to say the sense which you discussed yesterday. So, are there any possibility that we, as the clouds are widely which can be created on our own, will there be any possibility that a private cloud by a particular person from a Pakistan agent or something like that who can able to create it and use it, wherein which the data might be stored and which cannot be retrieved or something like that? Any cases like that, sir?
Sir has went to attend a call actually. He'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, he has went to attend a call. He'll be right back, sir.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Mukundan, people, the groups must be doing it. creating their own clouds and using it for those activities which are against the law.
I'm just asking about any kind of scenario like this has been happened or something like that. So that's the thing which we need to know, because practical incidents, it might or might not. We might be able to discuss it theoretically, but whether those things have happened or what, that's the thing which I just need to know.
He
Interesting.
can better tell, because a long
Yeah.
time back it was in picture that some militant groups
Yeah, the same.
they are trying to penetrate the satellite communication, so that they can take over the control of the satellites, and using those satellites they can create their own GAN, and the broadcasting of the various messages of the communication can be done amongst the members who are using it. So that for that actually I had a question about those satellite forensics, satellite phone forensics actually.
Sure.
Because using that satellite phones you can cover a large geographical area, and it's being used by Al Qaeda or such type of.
Just for a particular sense, because practically it has been dealt or what we need to know about something called as actual stories or facts. So that's the thing which I just reminded upon.
He can tell better, or maybe
Yeah, that's what.
maybe some other agencies under the Ministry of External Affairs, they can also they might have, but disclosing it, I don't know.
It's not about specific by not saying the specific names or something like that. I'm just need to know whether the real facts which has happened or what. That's the thing.
Let him come back. I think he can answer.
Mr. Mukundan, I'm sorry, I had to leave the room for a couple of minutes because I had to.
Sir, seriously, sorry for disturbing you a lot. In a busy schedule, you are just in a meeting. Seriously, sorry to disturb you, Lara.
No, it's okay. Please.
Sir, I was just generally asking you about something called as a curious factor or something like that. Do any other people like a Pakistan agent or someone who can able to because hiring a particular private cloud is is going to be an easy for them. So can they able to have you come across any of your cases like having a private cloud wherein which they can able to have the data and you can able to get recover that particular data or something like that? So that's the thing.
See, so, what we can do is we can create a sinkhole for the same, okay, and then create a mirror of that particular So the data that is going to go out, we will get a mirrored copy of all the data that is being sent to that particular server. So that is possible. So we don't do that, but it is possible. I have heard and I have spoken to people on the same matter, and we have discussed. So they said it is possible, sir. We just have to have a mirrored of that particular IP address or the particular area of the VM of that server. He may be given a VM or he may be given the rented out that server. All the data being fed into that particular server or that that can be, we can get it. We have, I think this can be easily done, sir. Yes, sir.
Then it will be a nightmare for you, sir.
No comments.
Sure, sir. Just for me.
Yeah, please.
Just for the sake, sir. That's it.
Okay, right, sir.
Sure, thank you very much.
Welcome. Any other questions, sir?
Sir, if suppose I write a mail and I saved to draft folder and the same login credential with my partner, so he can access that draft folder and read the message. So there will be no communication in internet. So will be that message can be extracted?
If either of the see, the mail has not been sent, if I'm having the credentials for that particular mail, okay, I will be privy to not only the outgoing mail or incoming mail, I will be privy to even the drafts also. I can access the data, so that data also will be fetched on the cloud account. So if I'm going to use a Google UFED cloud or Oxygen cloud or XRY cloud, in that case, if I'm going to have a view, if I'm going to view the entire mail of that guy, that mail will contain everything, spam and other trash, all the folders. So that can be done. Yes, sir. And this what you have told was being used as a modus operandi way back some 10-12 years back, when the terrorists were using the same modus operandi, and they were operating. They were not sending mails, and thus even if the mail was being put under surveillance through some maybe some malware or something like that, since nothing was being sent, this guy was all the members of the gang were privy to that particular thing. Only problem is, nowadays the Google has got this two-factor authentication, and it will just give a pop-up telling that this message has been read from such and such IP. Okay, so if I am privy to that data, I will know which other IP is now having access to this particular mail. You get me, sir? So I got another lead with me telling that this guy is also included, who is having access to the same mail, and that guy also can be. We can get the details regarding that particular IP address. I have that IP resolution done through certain, and we can get the details of that particular device that has been used for accessing this mail. So that will be an added advantage, added evidence to us. Yes, sir. I think I have cleared it out, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Sir, just the last question.
Yeah,
can you please, according to your past experiences, can you suggest me which software is best, according to you, the Oxygen or maybe the Balka, this thing, Magnet, UFED or UFED, or which one you suggest? Which one you suggest we should practice more on it?
Sir, see, it depends upon who is hyped a lot. So UFED is hyped. It is giving, no doubt, it is giving a lot of features. If I'm rating UFED as 100, on a particular day it will be 100. On another particular day, XRY will be 100. That day this will be 85. You're getting, I suppose it depends upon the mobile phone that you're getting and what features of that mobile phone UFED is able to do. So for the same phone, XRY may be able to do much better, and UFED will be able to maybe extract 80%. So it depends. We normally advise that any mobile forensic unit should have at least 3 software, and these 3 software, they should include UFED, XRY, and Oxygen. These are the 3 best things, because the cost of the software depends upon the number of modules you're taking. See, the cloud module, that itself will cost you around 3 to 4 lakhs or maybe 5 lakhs for over a period of 5 years. So you're going to buy UFED for maybe 12 lakhs or 15 lakhs. This will add, and the entire cost of UFED for PC, UFED physical analyzer, and that is Pathfinder now, and UFED cloud. The link analysis has been fused with this itself, PA. So they are also giving you option for CDR analysis. This Oxygen forensic suite, it gives you the option of CDR analysis also, link analysis also. So Oxygen is also very, very useful. Where these 2 cloud services have failed, then there the Oxygen cloud has come up trumps. Okay. So it depends upon what type of mobile you're getting.
Yeah, that was just according to your experiences. That may vary, but I got your point. You at least 2-3 softwares are required for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These are 3 best software that I'm just telling you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Yeah. Any other questions, please? I'm free now. I've spoken to my senior officer. And something urgent that cropped up. I just cleared it and then come back. Yeah. Anyone else, please? I would welcome more doubts.
Sir, again, Mukundan here, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's regarding the basically whichever the thing which you said now regarding the particular phone or something like that. Apart from that, you do have set of applications which it tends to run in. Are there any kind of intentional spoofing kind of apps which you tend to use in, so that you can able to snoop into that intruder mobile station and see what he can able to do it lively or something like that?
No. I'm not getting your point, sir. So
we tend to have lots and lots of different classifications of phones. It tends to run certain kind of applications.
Yes.
Within which are there any kind of application wherein which you can able to spoof it and gather information lively or something like that?
So the lot of malware are available. You don't have to go for Pegasus.
No, I'm just asking
I'll
about
just tell
something.
you one case. I'll tell you one thing. There was a case recently. I think it was there in 2020. I came across this case. This happened in Kerala. I don't know whether any Keralites are here on this meeting or not. They can confirm whether this has happened. One lady gave a complaint. The complaint was very new. That in fact it was regarding a cyber crime. She said that she lodged a complaint against her own husband. She was working in a hospital, and she had due to the corona case or something like that, she was put on night duty and everything. So her husband started suspecting why all of a sudden she's going on night duty. I think you get the point, sir. I don't mean to offend anybody. So this guy grew suspicious. So what he did was he contacted a detective agency. They said, please get her phone to us. Then we can get hold of all the information that you want. So this guy managed to, while she was sleeping, maybe after night duty, he took her phone and gave it to the detective agency. They installed a malware onto her mobile phone and gave it back to her. So what happened was all the contact list, call list, the messages that she was getting, the everything was being a copy of everything was being sent to this guy regularly. And this guy had the privilege or the facility to switch on the microphone or the camera at will and switch it off at will. He could do anything with that particular mobile phone of his wife. One day what happened was the wife grew suspicious. I charged it in the morning, it is discharged right now. Why is it consuming so much of battery? And the data usage package that she had put, that was getting exhausted. In the past 1 month, she found it is getting exhausted very soon. What is the thing? She asked one of her friends who happened to be a bit tech savvy and had some knowledge about these things. She said, just give me your phone. She went, what are the applications that are using the data and how much they are using. When she saw the data usage, and she found out this one particular application, she said, what is this application? She said, I don't know. They saw the date of installation. There's a yes, there is no corresponding to the date from which the data has been consumed greatly. When they started doing this one research on that particular thing, maybe she grew suspicious. Then they found out what are the features. She came to know that her husband has done this. She immediately filed a case against him, and I don't know what is the outcome of that. So this is possible. Data surveillance, the surveillance using a mobile phone. So it is very, very dangerous. That's why I told you I have got all my feature phone used to get my two-factor authentication. That is the OTP. Now, since SBI has put this particular condition, wherein the YONO app has to be installed on the same phone where the SIM of that particular thing is used for two-factor authentication. So I had to put this SIM onto that. I cannot receive that OTP on this feature phone anymore. Now I am afraid that there are lots of cases regarding cybercrime that I can describe, wherein people have logged in. One case, it happened last year during the peak of Corona. This one, I think in November or December last year. One lady, her neighbor, both husband and wife died, and their children were they were grown-up children in their 20s, mid-20s. So she went along with them for the funeral. Only few people, 10 people were there, but there were lots of bodies being burnt at the same time. That is the peak of Corona. So what happened was, when she was there in the zone, she heard that we have to do some puja and this one kirtan bhajan which should be conducted in the Gurudwara. They were Sikhs, by the way. So when she heard that, she offered to help. They knew that she is her neighbor. She told, you will be very busy with this other obsequies, and can I arrange this for you? Yes, auntie, please do that for us. Please arrange it in a nearby Gurudwara. She just Googled nearby Gurudwara to her location, and then immediately she got a thing for nearby Gurudwara. The number was coming. So she rang up that number. Once she rang up that number, what happened was, some guy on the other end contacted her. Madam, he said, yeah, tomorrow this slot is there. You can come to the Gurudwara and so this thing. We'll do that bhajan kirtan. Everything will be arranged. Mic and other things. The Gurbani singers and other thing. I don't know what exactly. all the things will be arranged, flowers will be arranged, everything, but you will have to make payment. She said she didn't have money. Only, no problem, ma'am. I'll just send you a link. Okay, I'll put 10 rupees and this, and just see, confirm whether this is the proper your account. Sorry, this is my account. You just click on this particular link and send 10 rupees. You can come and make the payment later on when you come or after the function is over. There's no problem regarding that. Sure. And in the funeral, listen, lots of music was being played. Shivaji's some kirtan was being played, and it's so noisy. So she just clicked onto that link that she had given, and then she sent 10 rupees. That guy said, "Oh, ma'am, we have got 10 rupees. This is the account number. Is it okay?" She said, "Yes, it's okay." And then this guy kept on talking to her for maybe 7 or 8 minutes. And in that 7 or 8 minutes, she got around 10 messages. Ting, 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 ting. That sound was coming, but she was not able to hear it because of the din in the funeral sound, the crematorium. Oh. And people were talking. She was not at all aware. Afterwards, when she went home, she got 8 or 10 messages. She opened and saw every message, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 has been siphoned. 2 lakhs lost within the 10 minutes. My goodness. She immediately lodged a complaint, a lot of things. So you can do wonderful things with the mobile phone. If you are, it depends upon which type of inclination you've got. So sure, sir. But even though it is nightmare for you, it is also for the common man too. Yes, exactly. That's why recently the Kejriwal's daughter fell for such a similar thing. She auctioned her 15-year-old sofa. She said the rate is 35,000 or something like that, 25,000. Within 2 minutes, she got a call. Again, the same thing. She said, "Ma'am, I'm an army retired army employee. I'm a retired major. Your sofa looks good. I would like to buy it." She said, "What is the rate?" It was not worth even 15,000. He said, "Ma'am, I will pay 25,000. It looks worth it." She was elated. I'm getting 25,000 for something that's worth not even 15,000. I'm really lucky. That's what she thought. That guy said, "Ma'am, I'm just sending you a link. Just I'll make you a payment of 10 rupees. You just authenticate it. Just give me the bank account from which with which I have to which I have to send the money." She gave the bank account and other details. He just clicked onto that. Within minutes, she got his 10 rupees credited. She got a ma'am one. And before she could finish talking, 35,000 was siphoned off from that account. That guy never responded afterwards. So what she was hoping to get 25,000 for, she lost 35,000. This Arvind Kejriwal's daughter's mobile phone. So people, you just don't have to click on anything, don't answer anything. You don't know. So there are the latest malware. If you just pick up the phone, they say your phone gets infected. Unknown numbers don't. That's also, it's become pretty dangerous. All the facilities you're getting, but at the same time, if you're not aware of what is what, or so on, then you are falling prey for so many things. Yes, sir. Anything else? I've got lots of anecdotes to share with all of you, but I don't have the time right now. Sure.
So
Yeah.
just one question I wanted to ask based on the study. I mean, one of the cases that you discussed where, the wife was suspecting. Now, on and off, we people also keep getting the messages from, not exactly message, but yes, the notification from the mobile saying that a particular app is draining your battery. And if it is often, is there a possibility that there could be a malware in our mobile? And if it is yes, how to go about it, how to detect, and what all can be done regarding that?
Ma'am, what you will have to do is keep what we always advise our guys is keep a backup of your important data. Not all data. I am repeating important data. It may be the Google Cloud. You just store your contacts. You want some important messages. They may be there. Delete all other things that you don't want. Restrict the permission. Go to each and every app and restrict the permission of that app to access the data on your phone. See, you will be giving even for Ola, Uber and all, you are giving your microphone, your camera, your geolocation, your contacts, your the data on this micro SD card. What is the necessity for them to access the data on the micro SD card? They will tell. They always say, okay, we will have the we require the permission to edit the data on the micro SD card. What is the necessity for that? Switch off all the permissions for all the apps. Okay. And what you have to do is, if you're going to use Ola or Uber, just, or Swiggy for that matter, just at the time of usage, switch it on. The location if required. Otherwise, you can put in the address that's also there right now. So just do that. The moment you finish the transaction or if the ride is over, then you switch off the permissions. Otherwise, you will be taken for a ride.
Because these applications, they don't let us go on to the next step till these permissions are given. Why some kind of restriction is not being imposed, and while these apps are being launched on the Google from the government side, where what is the necessity? Why are they even asking for location? Okay, we understand, because if it's Ola or it's Uber and all, they need to access. But why the money? Why they are forcing us to give them access? Because otherwise they won't let us go on, to use their app.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Please, at the time of installation, they will ask for all the permissions. Okay, once it is installed, you go to the permissions and cut down the camera permission. The camera permission. Just a minute, ma'am. Hello. The camera permissions, the microphone permissions, and other permissions, geolocation permissions, never switch them on. Unless required, never switch, because the geolocation always drains the battery. People can come to know about your movements, where you are. There is one classic case in US. This happened in 2018. So one guy was advertising every moment of his on the Facebook. He said, I'm going with my darling tomorrow to Hawaii for a 10-day trip. Then he took the photo of he and his wife and this guy in a happy mood with a glass of beer and both their hands. And hello, somebody's mic is on. Please switch it off. Hello. Please switch off the mic. Yeah. So, hello. Mr. Parthasarathi Chakrabarti, please switch off the mic. Parthasarathi Chakrabarti, please switch off your mic. Please switch off your mic. So what happened was, he was advertising everything. He was getting a kick out of it, just advertising. What he did was, Mr. Parthasarathi Chakrabarti, thank you. So he was advertising anything. There was a thief just residing the same next block to this guy. He was also on the Facebook list. He came to know this guy is going for a 10-day trip. So the moment he landed in Hawaii, he said landed in Hawaii at the airport. He said he clicked and then gave out his location. So what happened was, this thief came to know that this guy is gone for 10 days, opened his house, broke into his house, stayed there for 9.5 days, ate, drank, slept, everything, watched the movie, TV, everything he used there. And then the moment he got a photo back at the airport, back to my home, sweet home, that's what he had taken a photo, put the caption like that. This guy came to know that, okay, this guy is going to come back. So immediately he bucketed the entire house. He not only bucketed the house, he ransacked the entire house, took out all the money and whatever jewelry was there. He went off. So never divulge all your activities. Why should other people know? Unless you feel proud that I have made a huge cake. Today I'm sharing the cake with my children, or my son has made this. See, just by putting the photos of your sons or daughters, you are now making them targets of kidnapping. Even if they are small children taking a photo, especially with their school in the background, that is again inviting trouble. Never advertise anything. Now you people are craving for attention and advertising about about their activities, just to get score some brownie points on the Facebook and Instagram, some hits, likes. So this is okay. We are also normal. We are also human beings. We would crave for attention, fine. But you should be very, very cautious when it comes to social media usage. So there are lots of problems that are associated with social media usage. They are very good. They have saved lots of lives, and they have also put many lives at risk and put many of the financial transactions, the banks, the wallets at great risk. Yes, please. Any other doubts?
Thanks, sir.
Welcome. Any doubts, please? If there are no doubts, I would like to thank all of you for a very, very patient hearing. Thank you, everybody, once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your session. It was really a wonderful session. We have learned so many Interesting facts from forensic aspects about social media evidences. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time and effort.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So for the participants, I want to just I'd like to ask that we have already given in schedule that there is a post-test and feedback session from 4 to 5. Okay, and few of the participants they are having problem. Okay, so what we can do, because we cannot give open-ended means we have a certain time period only. Within that period only we can open the test. Okay, otherwise there is no use of test. So if please try to manage the time. We can means tell me from your end what you are what you want from our side. I guess, ma'am. Let me check details. Dr. S. Pragla Sherry. Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am? Lalit Kumar, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're traveling from 3 to 5. Are you traveling from 3 to 5?
No, ma'am. Actually, our college timing is 9:30 to 4:30. So
Okay.
4:30 to 5:30 would be my
Okay.
returning time to back home. So it's fine. Like I can manage or I can, because I am traveling through our college bus. So timings are fixed.
Actually, we have continuous 2 sessions, no, from 12. After that, we have only half an hour break.
Yes, yes.
So, if
Okay,
we
ma'am.
can,
I can manage or I can ask some any colleague to stay back with me, and I can travel with him or her.
actually, it is
It's
not.
fine.
We can open test for means longer period of time, but today only we need to take the test and submit all your attendance and marks that you will obtain in the test.
Yes, ma'am. I can manage. I will be available in
Online, no?
said time.
Everything is online. So
Yes,
as told, and in every session there will be a time stamp on which date, on which time you have given your response. You have submitted your response.
yes, ma'am. Well, in said time between.
So, madam, can you provide some details about the exam? Like, is it going to be MCQ type exam or something like that? And what will be the number of questions?
MCQ only, and no means the question are also not that much hard. Whatever we have covered in the 5 days session, will you all of you will get questions related to those topics only. So there is no need to worry, and very basic questions. Okay, and you can, if you are means what I can suggest, you can use your mobile phones, because I'll share Google form. In Google form only you need to submit your response. MCQs question, one correct option you need to select, and you can submit your response. Your email ID is mandatory to fill. That's it. If anybody is having any problem, any other problem, please let me know, because it is right now 11:40 and we have next session from 12. So I can discuss with my senior, and we will try to find out any other solution. Yeah, please. Your session from 2 to 4. Okay, so is it possible if we start test before 2, means from after 1:30? Is it okay?
No, ma'am, I won't be there. I have a meeting.
Okay.
Or maybe in the evening,
Any
if you can
questions,
keep
madam?
the test from 7 to 8, if because everybody probably will be free from their offices also from 7 to 8, if it is fine with everyone.
Okay.
Yes, actually, I also attended another workshop on data sciences
Yes,
on the ATAL platform.
yes,
And
yes.
similar problem a lot of other participants are facing. So what the in charge she did was she explained around 4 only, but she gave more time. So I don't know whether that is feasible with you or not, but she gave at least 3 hours, and then she said that she will be uh, closing the link around 7. So whenever is the convenient time. I don't know how valid that was, but that's what she did. So just let.
Okay, no problem. So similar, in similar way, we can do also. I'll share the link with all of you around 2 o'clock, or means after 2, and you can submit your responses till 5:30. Is it okay?
But ma'am, in meanwhile, how we will attend this workshop?
That's the problem, and that's why we schedule from 4 to 5. After all the sessions, there will be a taste, but so okay, I'll share with all of you the link at 4 o'clock, and you can submit your
Madam, I think, hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I think providing the link at 2 o'clock will be fine. Like those who are having some other engagements after 4 or something, like those who are traveling, they can attempt the exam at 2, because otherwise they have to miss the exam.
In that case, the questions may be shared in the group. That's the problem to CDAC. Exam is open. Whoever has attended the
Yes, yeah, once I will share with someone. It means now the questionnaire means everything is open for all, no?
that will be shared in WhatsApp group, or maybe somebody
Yeah.
from the same organization. So make it 4 to 5, whatever is according to the rule set by AICTE or ATAL. That will be far better for you, for your organization also. 4 to 5 is okay in that case.
Okay, if you all of you are having problem, I'll open at 4 o'clock. I'll share the link at 4 o'clock, and you can submit your responses till 7. Is it okay now?
I think
I
yes,
guess
ma'am.
that.
Fine. Yes, for everyone.
And
Yes,
be
it will be fine.
careful. Be careful. Read each and every question carefully. Okay, because as all of you know, first when I first submitted when I first communicated with all of you regarding the link also, first day link also, there was instruction sheet, and in ATAL portal also there is instructions available, FAQs available, that 80% attendance and 60% marks. These two are actually required for to get the e-certificate, because we are actually not providing the certificate. Certificate will be given by the AICTE, and these two things are actually the prerequisite from the participant side. So read each and every question carefully, then only answer. Once you will submit your response, you cannot edit. Only one time response submission is actually set. So please read carefully, see all the options, and then only submit your response. So let's take a 15-minute break, and then sir will join. So we'll start our next session. So let's take a 10 to 15 minutes break. But don't leave the meeting. Please don't leave the meeting. We'll join within 10 minutes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
So now the next session will be taken by Dr. Gaurav Gupta, and first I would like to introduce him. So Dr. Gaurav Gupta is the first Indian to earn a doctorate in the field of digital forensics. He was bestowed with the Young Scientist Award by Indian Science Congress in 2010 and received it from the man of science, our beloved Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He is on a mission to create awareness about technological fraud in society. He has been a mentor and guide to many research students and interns. He has a rich and varied experience, almost 20 years of working in the private as well as the public sector, spanning across KPMG in the private domain, part of the Big Four, faculty member at Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Delhi, and currently working as additional director with the Government of India. He is a passionate speaker and has delivered over 100 talks, including keynotes, and has published more than 80 research papers. He has also developed various courses in the domain of cyber and digital forensics. He has been instrumental in hosting international conferences in the area of digital forensics in India. As an active researcher of this field, he has contributed to society by developing many state-of-the-art, efficient and effective digital forensic solutions. He works as an individual, his work as an individual is an example that India as a country, along with the efforts by all the stakeholders, can be global leader in curbing the menace of computer frauds and cybercrime. So, sir, I welcome you on behalf of CDAC Noida. Now, please start your session.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I hope you can see my screen. And can you hear me well?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, and the screen is also visible.
Okay. So the topic which I am going to take today is Introduction to Digital Forensics. However, I will also, talk about how crimes are happening, how all this has started. I'll start from the time digital technology started to invade, our day-to-day lives, and how cyber criminals started to take advantage of this, digital technology, and what they are going to do going forward, and what can be done both by the normal technology users to safeguard from computer frauds and cybercrime, also what is possible through digital forensics, so that people know what all can digital forensic do, so that in case of an incident they can probably approach right people, they can take right solutions, they can expect what is the outcome possible using digital forensics. So this is what I'm going to discuss today. Whenever I start my presentation, typically I introduce that, from 2001 till 2021, last 20 years are, have seen a lot of changes in terms of digital technological changes. They have seen, how digital forensics has evolved. So if we just, think that, 2001 onwards, only digital technology started to become much, much popular. 2001 to 2010, we all know that this is the golden era of digital forensics, where we had people who were doing frauds, but digital forensic solutions were there which could always investigate most of the crime. Whereas in 2010 to 2020, when digital technology became very, very popular, it reached out to the grassroots level, the digital forensics became challenging, because now fraudsters are doing very intelligent fraud. They knew about technology, they knew how law enforcement agencies investigate, and that's where digital forensics became challenging. So now in the current decade, 2021 to 2030, what we want is, since we all are dependent on digital technology so much in our day-to-day activity that we cannot live without it, we would like digital forensics to regain its golden era, so that digital forensics becomes so popular, so effective that all kind of computer frauds and cyber crimes can be investigated. And let's see how it all has evolved. So if you recall, nuclear technology started 75 years ago. It changed our life. But if you see the digital technology, which is only 2 to 3 decades old, internet is only 32 years old, smartphones are less than 20 years old. All these things in last 2 to 3 decades have just changed our life. The way we do our, whatever we do in our day-to-day life, everything has changed in last 2 to 3 decades, slowly and steadily, and it will change dramatically going forward. And that is the power of digital technology, that what other technologies could do in many, many years,
digital technology could do in only few years. So in the beginning, in 2001, we only had computer frauds because they were not connected computers. We did not have 2G, 3G, 4G, or broadband kind of technologies. We only had basic computers, but they were doing computer frauds like telecom billing frauds. They were also doing something known as internet time stealing frauds. People had keyloggers. Malwares were simple malwares which were going and installing keyloggers and collecting data. So these kind of frauds were the initial frauds which started to happen. In 2001, around that time, if you recall, there were scams like Telgi scam where they did document frauds. They made a lot of fake stamp papers, fake checks. So these were 2001, and beginning of digital technology era was the starting point where computer frauds were happening more than the cyber crimes. People were exploiting computing and digital technology for doing standalone frauds. So that was the era where connectivity was poor. Not everybody has a high speed bandwidth, and hence, doing cybercrime was difficult. And more popular way was to do individual frauds, where standalone frauds were happening. People were doing source code stealing frauds, where source code of a computer was stolen, and somebody, let's say if I am working in a company, I'm an engineer. What I do is I steal the the proprietary important source code, make cosmetic changes into this source code, and then reuse it or resell it for malicious gain. So these kind of frauds were the first frauds which were reported to law enforcement agencies and which required digital forensic investigation, where the questions were whether this source code which a person is trying to sell is same which has been stolen from the company, or a source code where some cosmetic changes, names have been changed, variable names have been changed, whether this is the same source code which a company is having, and when somebody is accused of stealing this, is charged, and the forensic investigation required to prove that both the source codes are same. We also saw some kind of frauds where somebody was logging into computers in an unauthorized manner and doing website defacements. We had frauds like SIM card cloning, IMEI frauds, and such kind of things which were being misused. So these were the very beginning of digital technology where frauds were happening. And in case of digital forensics at that point of time, digital forensics was also very, very new. We had something known as imaging, where we say bit by bit copy of a storage media is made for investigation purpose. And in imaging, once we have copied data bit by bit, we were doing data carving, we were doing data recovery. Data carving is nothing but finding out what information is there on a storage media, whether it is deleted, whether it is active, whether it is in slack space. So basically available data on a storage media is carved to make sure that we identify and extract all kind of data which is available on a storage media. So this data recovery process required to use fundamental algorithms to identify type of files, their signatures, and once all the files are extracted, some of the files were found to be important files and relevant for the case, including deleted files and slack files. So that was the basic digital forensics where we started from in 2001 onwards. So all the data once recovered was used for correlating the particular incident which we are investigating. Tools at that point of time were mostly command line tools. We did not have any integrated development environment or GUI based tools. We were using tools in sequential order. We have to use first command line tool to do some particular activity, and then the next tool to find out something else, and so on. So it required precision, it required experience, it required some kind of training, because not anybody and everybody could use these command line tools. They were little complicated, they required expertise. Hence, digital forensics was not very easy, but then nobody else knew about it. Criminals did not know what law enforcement agencies could do. Moving on, from 2001 to 2010, when we saw digital technology reach to the grassroots level, we started to see, 2G, 3G, and slowly 4G coming to our lives around 2010 onwards. We saw broadband coming in big cities and slowly going to the small cities. We saw first Apple smartphone launch in 2007. And, it also had, the beginning of app stores, and because smartphones started to using apps, and apps were developed. So, using apps, people were doing some kind of small data mining and some kind of frauds like location tracking and other things, and reading SMS and forwarding SMSs. So 2001 to 2010, we moved on from computer frauds to cybercrime because we had connected world, we had smartphones taking our life by storm, we had 4G and broadband and app stores. So slowly the landscape of computer frauds changed to cyber crimes, and we could see starting off frauds like ransomware, side channel attacks. Side channel attacks were very, very famous in 2001 to 2010, where people were listening to your keystrokes using the microphones to figure out what you are typing. They were developing applications which could mine data on your smartphone, that what you are typing or what you are writing, to guess your passwords. This was the era where smartphones had good quality cameras, and morphing and doctoring of image and videos became the norm. These kind of frauds were the most common frauds, where photos of people were taken and morphed and misused. And that was one of the very important questions which most of the law enforcement agencies posed to forensic labs: whether the given photograph is fake or not fake, whether the given photograph or image or video has been tampered or not, whether the given photograph or video or image has been taken by a particular handset which has been seized from the accused, whether it belongs to the same phone or not. So these were the kind of questions that were being asked, and those were the things which required forensic investigation. We also saw, enhancement in terms of counterfeiting of documents and products, which was not there earlier, because compute scanners and printers became very cheap, became very easy to procure, and they had a very, very good quality outcome. So people started to make all sort of counterfeit documents using scanner, where they used to scan the original document, edit the document, and then print it using color printer. Similarly, counterfeit product came into market, and these kind of frauds were also where a lot of law enforcement and forensic requirements came into the picture. We also saw social engineering fraud, where all kind of password guessing to password compromising technique to phishing links, these kind of frauds started to happen. There were a lot of credit card and debit card frauds, ATM frauds. In credit card and debit card frauds, I'm sure most of you know that starting from skimmers, which were handheld skimmers where somebody will swipe the card, to something which is there in ATM machine, counterfeit reader and a camera was positioned to read and capture your card details and PIN number, were used to carry out these kind of frauds. So these were also some of the frauds which were starting to happen in 2001 to 2010 period. We saw encryption becoming popular. People started to encrypt their data on their storage medias. We saw that we had we could store a file, let's say MS Office file, a Word file, or a Excel file, or a PDF file. We could protect with a password. We had steganography, where information was hidden away so that nobody knows that you are hiding the information. So these kind of things also became possible. And last but not the least, that MAC is modification, access, and creation date and timestamp, because digital data has date and timestamps, and date and timestamps are a very crucial part of the data stored on a computer, because if the date and timestamps of digital data cannot be relied upon, the meaning of those data points becomes completely different. For example, let's say if I am having a login to access who is bidding for a particular tender, and I am the in charge, I am the admin, and I am managing the show. And let's say if I access the latest bid which has been submitted 5 minutes before the closing time, and after 5 minutes of within next 5 minutes, the rival company submits a bid which is having the value which is just less, few rupees or few hundred rupees less than the actual bid of the rival. In that case, there are doubts whether the access date and timestamp of mine, I might have given out the information. So date and timestamp, if let's say if I access the important file 5 minutes before the closing time, and then change the date and timestamp of that accessed on storage media to something else, to to make sure that nobody suspects me, these kind of frauds were also happening, and digital forensics was required to answer such questions. So we see what happened in the digital forensic domain in the era 2001 to 2010. We saw a lot of image processing based solutions to detect doctoring and morphing of images and videos. We saw digital signal processing to find out audio related frauds. We had password cracking solutions where we used, FPGA based systems, we used GPU based systems, or we had, systems connected into a small LAN where we were using the distributed computing power of, many computers together to crack the password. These are some of the things we started to happen. We were transiting during 2001 to 2010 from feature phones to smartphones. So mobile forensics became very, very important. We had a lot of mobile forensic solutions, becoming popular. Various commercial products were also available where they provided software and hardware solutions to carry out mobile forensics, where, mobile of a suspect or accused was taken. It was imaged, logical and physical acquisition of data was done, and correlation and extraction and mapping of data suitable to what a file type was carried out. And once all this was done, we tried to correlate it with the incident which we are investigating. So mobile forensics started to become very, very popular. Before 2001, we did not have mobile forensics as a major branch. Before 2001, we only had, within digital forensics, the primary branches as computer forensics, cyber forensics, and software forensics. But around 2010, mobile forensics started to become very important science because most of the cases had mobile as part of the investigation. Mobile has digital artifacts which were useful in investigation of a case. Around 2010 only, GUI based digital forensic tools started to become popular because we had so many cases and those cases required some kind of faster investigation. Hence, GUI based tools were developed where with very little training people can start to do investigation of a mobile device and carry out digital forensic investigation. We also started to see some of the things where, let's say criminals what they were doing when they knew that digital forensic investigation can happen against their mobile devices. People started to destroy their devices. They started to do the physical damage to a mobile phone, or a water damage to a mobile phone, or a thermal damage to a mobile phone. So they will smash the phone onto the floor, on the wall, or they will put phone in water, or they will, there were various other things which they can do with their mobile phones to damage them. So in new science, which is known as chip of forensics, where it is partly destructive method, where what we do, an investigator takes the mobile phone, breaks it open, and reaches to the basic circuitry of the mobile phone, where all the chips are there on motherboard, and that on this motherboard, after applying heat and pressure, chips which are containing the raw data are taken out, and then they are connected to the connectors, and we extract all the data which is there on those chips, and then we reconstruct this data using data mining and data carving. So we reconstruct this data from scratch, and once we have done this re-scratch arrangement of data, understanding of this data, we use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data mining to understand this data. So chip of forensics started to again become popular around 2010, and we started to use latest technologies to carry out digital forensic investigation. So this was the era 2001 to 2010 where we had a lot of success in terms of digital forensics. Now moving on to the last decade, which has just passed by, 2010 to 20, and very recently, if you see, half of the world population is using smartphone. This data is as of July 2021. 3.8 billion people use smartphones today. We are seeing 5G being rolled out in some of the countries, and very soon probably in India also. We are seeing people have started to deploy IoT device, smart home device. People are having Google Home and Alexas or Echos of the world, Google Assistants, or smart assistants where you can give voice commands. They are always on, connected to internet, and they listen what you are talking and take your commands. But when you are not giving them commands, then also they are listening. There are Internet of Things, where we are controlling, starting from pacemaker, which is controlling the rhythm of the heart, to devices which are controlling the lightnings and the temperature of the house or air conditioning of the house. There's there are smart TVs and phrases and other devices which are going to come. So as soon as we have 5G, extremely fast connectivity along with modern day IoT and smart devices, technology landscape of frauds will also change very fast. We will soon have extremely large number of attacks, and these devices being small, smart, and having less bandwidth and less computing and less memory, it will be very difficult to have forensic solutions running on them in a truly online manner, and hence we require something new We require new approaches to safeguard these kind of devices. We are seeing blockchain, blockchain becoming very popular. But with blockchain, there are certain new problems which are coming. People are doing Bitcoin mining, and for Bitcoin mining, we require bandwidth or computing power. So people are developing bots which are compromising hundreds and thousands of innocent users' computer or phones, and then they are running Bitcoin mining softwares in the background. So today, a malware may not be stealing your data. A malware may be installing a Bitcoin mining software on your phone or a computer, and then using your computing power and bandwidth and resources to mine Bitcoins. Then we have cloud where, most of the people are using dumb computer where everything is on the cloud. Now, forensic investigation of that dumb machine cannot be done because there is no data. And going to cloud is very difficult because you don't have physical access to the cloud. Hence, digital forensic investigation becomes difficult. Criminals are also using and leveraging AI, ML, and data mining for their advantage. I'll discuss in detail, what kind of frauds they are doing. And we are seeing a very peculiar trend that the millennials, the people who are born in this century, they are more concerned about convenience. They're less concerned about security and privacy. And that is where, again, they give rights on their phone, all kind of applications seek all kind of rights on your phone. And people are happy to share those rights just for small convenience they get. Instead of typing the OTP, they allow their OTP to be read by most of the applications, which also opens window where, a criminal may read the OTP through a non-malicious app and can use it to carry out transaction. And these kind of things are, requiring innovative solutions. So what happened is, during last decade, we have seen widespread technology-based fraud exploiting budging technology. We have seen, frauds like counterfeiting of biometrics. We have seen anti-forensics where criminals are trying to, make sure that when they are carrying out their activities, they remove or delete logs, they remove or delete all the artifacts which are developing because of their activities. People are using AI ML to make deepfake audios, videos, news, and they are extremely realistic deepfake videos, audios, and news. So there are softwares which do all this for us. So you might have seen there are a lot of challenges which are being posted on Facebook and other social media. There is a sari challenge where you post your photo with sari. There are challenges where you post your photograph and they will show you how will you look when you are old or when you were young or when you were a kid. Basically what they are doing is they are mining your data. They are mining your data which they are going to use to train their systems, which can then attack on your biometrics or other authentication systems. So whenever you are taking part in any such activity, be sure that your data might be misused. So data mining is something which is being used on social media, also finding out what kind of behavior you have so that your behavior can be used against you. There are data cartelization and social media exploitations, starting from your detail which you are posting on social media to photograph which you are posting, which contains all the metadata and the EXIF data. All of that is being misused. Zero-day attacks are becoming popular. Botnets are becoming popular. Botnets are where your computer is infected, and then your infected computer is become part of a bigger network which a bot is controlling, and your resources are being used by them. And as I discussed, Bitcoin mining is also happening through these kind of frauds. So when all of this was happening, in digital forensics also there were changes. We saw digital forensics now started to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data mining as a part of solutions. Criminals were already using these things for their advantage to develop deep fakes, but now law enforcement and digital forensic experts and solution developers also started to use AI, ML, and data mining for their advantage by developing solutions. For example, gait is something where, the way you walk. So if you remember the Gauri Lankesh case 2 years back in Bangalore, there they got low quality CCTV footage of suspects. 3 people came and did something. They were not able to identify faces of those people. But what they did is they used the latest technique which is known as gait analysis, where those 3 people, the way they were walking, the way they, based on their movement of their body parts, based on their length of their stride of the legs, and the angle of which, their knee movements, and various other movement related, matrices which they could extract from those videos, they were able to develop a mathematical model which could link, who is the right person from the suspect list who were there in those CCTV footages. So this was something which was very important. New kind of biometric techniques was developed. Then we are also working on, digital forensics is also working on developing device fingerprints. So can we fix whether a particular video or a photo has been taken by a particular piece of camera or a phone or not? Because every phone has a lot of sensors. If we talk about how many megapixel this camera is, those megapixel basically means that much sensitivity, that many small pixels. So when those pixels are being captured by the sensor, some of the pixels are dead. So out of millions of pixels which one particular picture or a photograph contains, every device has some dead pixels or some defects in the pixels, which may not be visible to the naked eye. But if you do image processing of the captured photo, you can always find out which pixels are dead and they are unique to a particular device. So device fingerprinting can be done in this way. Then we moved on to developing solutions for advanced mobile forensics, where can we extract data using new attack vectors. For example, PDP protocol. Modern day phones have USB 3 where the charger can be put in from any side, right? So in USB 3, power is given to the phone using various protocols. In this case, PDP protocol, power delivery protocol. And now forensic scientists are exploiting or exploring the ways can we extract data bypassing operating system from the chips of the mobile phones using PDP protocol. We have started to see, drones following people. Drones are being used to execute people, take photographs, to follow people. So drones contains a lot of data which could be useful, and hence we are seeing a new trend that in forensic labs drones will reach for forensic investigation, and we need to do something about it. We need to develop solutions which can do efficient and effective drone forensics. We also have to develop solution because criminals are now trying to destroy evidence when they are doing a crime. So when they are destroying the evidence, this is known as anti-forensics. Now we need solutions for carrying out anti-forensics. And that is something new which we are doing. We also need to develop innovative awareness programs related to cybercrime awareness, because what is happening is users are too casual. At times they are allowing frauds to happen too easily. So that is putting a lot of burden on investigation, because we have hundreds of cases pending in the labs. Hence, if we can make people aware that how fraudsters are doing fraud, and if the users can take some precaution, they can safeguard against a lot of simpler frauds, which means it will result into less number of cases reaching forensic labs, and it will save a lot of money from the normal common people, and that will be good for the country. For the changes which we have seen over past 2 to 3 decades. Now let me ask you one question. What makes cyber crimes possible for criminals? Can somebody answer? Why do crimes happen? Who allows these crimes to happen?
Carelessness of the user.
Yes, absolutely. You're bang on target. So it is us, cyberspace users, who allow criminals to carry out attacks. Most of the cyber crimes happen because somebody has done something wrong while using the technology, right? And I'll go in detail and discuss that. So first of all, let's see why technology enhancements are happening. If you see, we had feature phones. Why did we require mobile, more than feature phones? We could do SMSs, we could talk on phone. That was good enough. What was the need for having smartphones? Answer is right there on your screen. Okay, can somebody tell me in 2001, let's say if you're going to a holiday, in 2001, year 2001, what all digital devices will you take with you? Anyone?
The real cameras.
Okay, digital cameras.
And obviously the CDMA phones were there, because I started using 1997. So
CD player.
Okay, so so I think you all are right. Camcorder. So you will take a digital camera for still photographs. You will take a handy cam for recording videos. You will have some kind of music system, be it Walkman or something. You will have a digital diary which is storing your phone numbers. You have a normal feature phone. You will probably have some kind of watch. You will have some kind of alarm clock, and so on. 10, 12, 15 devices were possible at that point of time, which you could take with you when you are going for a holiday. Today, what will you take? until you are a die-hard fan of DSLR or very high quality movies you have to shoot, you will not carry any of those. Your phone is your camera, your phone is your handycam, your phone is your digital diary, your phone is your alarm, your phone is everything which you require probably for carrying out most of the tasks in digital world. So now phone has converged, phone has, convergence of various technologies has given convenience to the user. He has to carry only one device, but it has increased the complexity, as well as all your data is now into the mobile phone. Now as a criminal, for me this is the gold mine of data. It has your personal data, it has your professional data, it has everything which I as a criminal can wish for inside your phone. The rapid speed of change of technology has made this possible, that things are converging very, very fast and they are converging to provide convenience to the user. And by the time forensic guys develop solutions to investigate a particular technology or a tool, technology changes fast. Okay, now let me ask one more question. Is there anybody who is having a laptop with a CD and DVD drive? Yes or no? Anybody having a laptop with a CD and DVD drive?
Yes, we have.
When did you use last CD and DVD in that?
That's a tricky question. I don't remember even.
So see, change of speed of technology is such that you bought a laptop with a CD or a DVD drive because you were using it few years back when 4G was not there and broadband was slow, and your pen drives were costly, and things change so fast that you have a laptop with all those things, but you are not using them, right? So once upon a time we used to change our phone in 4 years, 5 years, 3 years, something like that. How often do we change our phone today? Is there anybody who has a 3-year-old phone? Say yes if you have. Highly unlikely. Right? We are on a cusp where 5G is about to come. So maybe next year most of us will change phone again. Once the 5G compliant phones started to come in market, we will change again. So speed of technology is making it extremely difficult for law enforcement agencies to develop solutions, because by the time they develop solution for investigation of a technology moves on. So the convenience for the user is making technology change fast, and that is where challenges are coming in front of users in terms of frauds happening against them, and law enforcement agencies in terms of doing the investigation. And one more important thing, criminals are very, very smart people. They know that they can exploit and deceive human mind by using and manipulating their emotions. So if you see, almost all frauds, which I will list also in some cases, are done by exploiting some kind of your emotions. Let's see what are the emotions. Emotions of trust. People are posing as they are calling from banks. They are calling as a buyer or seller of somebody. So they are saying, okay, I'm the buyer of a particular thing which you are selling, and they try to generate trust. They will say, I'm from army or I'm from bank, and so on. So they are exploiting your emotion of trust at that point of time. Greed. This you might have seen already. Most of us has won lotteries and received emails. We have received emails for inheritance of properties. We have received email for free gifts. We have got emails related to getting extremely lucrative deals. They are trying to exploit your greed. That once you fall for this greed, you will click the link and then they will do the fraud. Panic. They will say your account will be blocked if you don't share your PIN right away, and so on. They will give you an offer which is expiring in 5 minutes. This is a deal which is only available for next 10 minutes so that you don't get time to verify things. They will give you a threat that, okay, I'm calling from your friend's number, he is hospitalized, transfer 10,000 rupees immediately, otherwise he will be in trouble, and so on. Disruption. Whenever there is a technological change, like RFID tags became mandatory for toll tags. At that time there were a lot of schemes, lot of spurious links were floating around the social media, because people were in panic. They wanted that tomorrow I have to travel, I don't have a fast tag, what should I do? Demonetization, wallet related things started to gain adoption, and there were so many wallet fraud happened at that point of time, and so on. So criminals are very smart. They exploit your emotions. So whenever you are in a situation where you think somebody is trying to push your emotions, you need to always think twice, because there could be the chance that a criminal is trying to do a fraud. So what we have seen is, with the change of technologies, criminals change their stories, but the basic concepts remains the same. They are exploiting your emotions. That thing never changed. Only the stories change based on new technologies. Right? So human emotions are being exploited, and that is the crux, and that's where we should, make sure that awareness reaches ground root, grassroots people. So in this world, aankho dekhi and kaano suni may not be true because of deep fakes. You can always, what you are seeing and what you are hearing might also be developed by a deep fake algorithm which has been trained to carry out such kind of frauds. So, in digital world, we are treating at times symptoms, not the root cause. Root cause is we need to understand how criminals are operating, what are their strategies, what are the fundamental tricks they are using against us, especially against our emotions. So there is a cause effect principle that if there is something going wrong, that means there is some reason for it. So we need to try to find out the cause of a problem, and then rather than only working on the effect. There is a famous Locard's principle, which I think most of us might have heard. Every contact leaves a trace, which means you cannot come into contact of an environment without changing it in some way. So if we can develop a technique to identify and quantify this change or this contact, that is our evidence. And that is where we should focus on. So many times I say this, criminals are most creative but very lazy people on earth. And if we understand this part, then we can develop solutions against them. Right, so there are hundreds of creativity examples where criminals are doing these kind of frauds. Mining social media, I'm sure most people must have told you that your photograph and text and whatever you post on social media is mined. Especially if you see that, whatever, let's say if you go to Facebook and you type something but do not post, that also is stored by Facebook. And that is used against you to mine in terms of what are your interests. Internet gaming and addiction is becoming popular. They know that they will give you 2,000 rupees free to start with, 5,000 rupees to start with, because they know once you play for few hours or few games, you will become addicted. They will give you free, because this freenomics has become a new trend where everything is free to start with, and after a while it becomes paid. You always get 10 days, 5 days, or 1 month free, and after that, once you are addicted, they charge you. There are technologies like AI and ML. I don't know whether you have seen this or not. There is a website known as thispersondoesnotexist.com. If you go there, they are making random artificial faces which don't exist on this world. They are generating those faces, and similarly those videos and text can be generated about any fact and can be misused. People have developed robotic arms which can sign like you by seeing your old signature, because they can train an AI ML model and now can execute the signatures of yours or text of yours using the robotic arm. So these kind of things are becoming, very possible, and social media frauds are on rise. Social media, it is thought that it brought distant people closer, but actually it is creating distance between people who are very close to each other. It should not be misused. We should make sure that real people whom we have met, we interact with them on social media, rather than people who are contacting us whom we don't know. They might be using any random picture and gaining our trust, and then they can use this for carrying out frauds. So if you understand this perspective, let me show you something. Can you see something on screen? Can you tell me what is it? Blocks, random things. Anyone?
Yeah, these are like the blocks which can be clubbed together to form a picture or so, or maybe some old game we used to play a long time back.
Fine. So see, that is what I'm saying. So computer frauds are like that. If you don't know what frauds are happening against us, they all look random to me. But let's say if I put this line, can you see something now?
Yes, lift.
Lift. So you were not able to see without lines. Can you see lift now when lines are not there?
Yes, I can still see.
But you were not able to see earlier. Reason is you never heard about it. So similarly, cyber crimes. If you know how a cyber crime happens, if you know the story and the emotion, next time if somebody tries to do that with you, you will not fall for it, because your perspective has changed. And that is what the idea of this talk is. We should change our perspective that computer frauds and cyber criminals are using emotions against us, and we need to be careful. We need to know about how they are doing as much as we can, so that we can safeguard ourselves. I'm actually working on a book also. This book is under print. It will be available to pre-order maybe sometime later this month. So in case you want to get more details, maybe after 15th or 20th of August, if you search with the title Cyber Unsafe, you can get the book listed on Amazon, and this will have a lot more details related to what I'm talking right now. The book title is Cyber Unsafe. So if you want to make a note, you can make a note of that. Okay, can somebody read it for me fast? Can somebody read it very, very fast for me?
I couldn't believe that I could actually understand what I was reading. Using the incredible power of the human mind, according to research at Cambridge University, doesn't matter in what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and the last letter be in the right place. The rest can be a total mess, and you can still read it without a problem. This is because the human mind doesn't read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole. Amazing who you are. And I always thought spelling was important.
So what happened just now, right? If you give this text to a 4-year-old who could read, he can't read anything in this. Reason is probably his intelligence level is developing slowly, whereas all adults can read it most of the time. It's completely garbage, all spellings are wrong, but you can still read it, right? Because human mind is, as you just read, right? Human mind is intelligent. It doesn't do everything completely. Once it understands it, it tries to do it in an optimal way. Similarly, let's say if you're installing a software on your computer, what do? You say next, right? I agree, next. And that's where criminals try to exploit you. They know your behavior. What are you going to do? Your behavior is fixed. Most of the adults behave in a particular manner. They develop solutions so that while saying yes, yes, next, next, you will get something where you also accidentally say yes and your transaction will go through. So criminals are very smart. They are doing, lot of stuff which otherwise cannot be done using the power of creativity. I'll discuss certain myths, some of which you might be knowing. What do you think? Social media is fun or not? Most will say yes, it is fun. I also agree it is fun, but it depends on various things. If you really care about privacy and you post information on internet, I saw previous speakers speaking about how geotagging and exit data can be extracted to rob your house, to find out, and when your phone will be off, to carry out SIM swap frauds, and all those things can be done. So if you go to Google and you try to find out how much Google knows about you, if you go to takeout.google.com and this is a facility which Google and other service provider also give you, that you can download your data from them about you, and you will be surprised that it is 5 to 10 GB data per user. They remember 5 years back which hotel did you went, for how many for how many minutes you stayed there. You might not even remember what all places you went and what all activity you did. What all did you search 5 years back? Everything is stored together in this takeout.google.com. Right? So social media retains everything. You can forget, they will not. People think anybody can be trained for cyber frauds and cybercrime investigation. Probably yes, but it requires a lot of hard work. It requires bootstrapping. Bootstrapping here means that you need to be trained for 3 months to 6 months to 1 year. You might have to do a degree course, and then you require constant reading and updation also, because technology keeps changing very, very fast. You need to find out solutions from academia and research world also, because not everything is commercially available. This most people will be knowing, which I'm saying, that press delete and data is gone, or press format, or break the device. Do you think if I break the device, or if I throw the device and do the physical damage, and data is gone? No. Whatever you do, data once created always remains. Data remains physically available on storage media. It only is marked as deleted. Even if you break the device, you can recover data depending on your capability, knowledge, skills, resources, and motivation. From damaged device, 90%, 95% data can be retrieved back, because it is believed that from the debris of the spacecraft through which Kalpana Chawla was coming back to Earth, and the spacecraft got disintegrated, from those debris they got a partly melted hard drive. It was not melted completely, only the top portion was melted, and they could recover 90% data from that hard drive. So never create a piece of electronic data, video, audio, or text which you do not want to retain, because if you make it, it will remain forever. It may come back to haunt you after a long time. Right? Date and timestamps I have discussed, they are not reliable because people can change it. There could be scenarios like this. where I have a file which has been created later than modification date, which theoretically is not possible. But then this can be using tools which are API based tools which can change data at the source, and that is not very difficult. So these kind of frauds are also happening, and solutions exist with the forensic scientists. People call that, criminals are techo geeks. Do you agree? Only geeks who know about computers a lot are the people who do frauds, or no? According to me, who knows more do less fraud because they are also afraid that they can be caught. It is people who don't know much, who are not extremely tech savvy, but know how to use technology, download tools and launch attacks. And there are at times, social engineering and design flaws which happen. Let me show you an example. This is a screenshot of 2009 in Gmail. If in 2009, when smartphones were not very popular and connectivity was not that popular, I used to go to this link saying I cannot access account. I used to reach to a page where I used to say I forgot my password, and I used to type any random username let's say name.username, let's say Gaurav.Gupta or Gaurav.Jain, whatever name I want to take, and if I used to say submit, it used to ask me a question. Because at that point of time, Google design was not to take you to a OTP or a secondary email. Mostly option was to give answer to the question before you can reset your password. Now, contrary to belief, if this is the question which I got in 20 to 30% cases, favorite color, people were so honest to answer the color that if you take only 5 basic colors, 80% time you get the right answer. If you type white, black, blue, red here, that one of them will be the favorite color, and you reach to a page where you can reset the password. Right, so this was a bad design by Google because they were not asking anything else other than the answer of the question, and they were allowing you unlimited attempts. So and then I also blame users, because let's say if this is the question for me, I will never answer color as an answer. If I am choosing favorite color as a question, the answer I'm choosing probably is fan, because nobody will guess fan as a color, right? So you have to have no relationship between the answer and the question which you are choosing, and that's the best practice I'm suggesting you to use, so that nobody can guess it. Because people say, okay, what is my first car? And most people know what is your first car. You should never answer these kind of questions correctly, but you should have some kind of association so that you don't forget the answer. So that is something which you should do. People think identity frauds are difficult to do, but they are very easy to do. Identity frauds include your credit card, debit card, fake license to fake RCs, all kind of document and all kind of identity card or debit and credit card frauds. So today, if you go to petrol pump and you want to get petrol, do you give your card to them? So what happens is, I've seen people giving cards, but they are very conscious. They say, do it in front of me. So in front of you only the transaction will happen. Still, do you know that the guy who is swiping your card might have kept camera on a video recording mode on, where your front and back of the card has been recorded in the video mode. Now, once you leave, they can use this data, front and back of your card data, to carry out a transaction. And you must be wondering, they will require an OTP. Probably not, because international transactions don't require an OTP. Until you go and disable the international transaction from your login, which mostly nobody does, this is possible. So we must be careful that we must do something in our cards, like, obliterating or destroying physically the 3-digit CVV number. Nobody does that. So that even if somebody records the image of the card in video or image mode, they can't misuse it. Right. So anti-forensics, as I told you, criminals will try to do all sort of anti-forensics, and we must be careful about finding out what kind of anti-forensics has been done. There are solutions, and there are newer solutions which are being developed. So a criminal may think he has destroyed evidence, whereas there might be a solution with the academia or a research community using which we can investigate this fraud today. Hence, we should always look for solutions which are developed recently by academia and researchers, which can be used by law enforcement agencies. Or rather, if we are technology user and we want to take up a project or an internship or a research idea, we should try to solve those cases where we have reached dead end. For example, overwritten data retrieval. If we overwrite data, we can't retrieve it. Now we should take up this as a project where we should develop techniques to recover overwritten data. So this is a call to all the people who are working in computer science and related area and want to take up a class project or an internship or a PhD or an MTech thesis. You should take cyber forensics as an area and choose a problem statement where results are not possible today, because that's where a lot of opportunity lies. Internet gaming addiction I have discussed, it is real, PUBG, and there are so many other games, and people are taking selfies or making TikTok videos at dangerous locations. All of this is happening. We see every now and then somebody lost his life because he was taking a selfie at a dangerous location, and so on. So what we require is the parents and the teachers and the elders should talk to the youngsters and tell them about dangers, that this instantaneous and small fame is nothing in compared to something which can go wrong. And this kind of counseling, discussion is very, very important. So in today's world, survival of most aware is the mantra. If you're not aware, if you don't know how criminal carry out fraud, you will fall for them. So idea is you should become really aware. You should read about them. There are hundreds of stories. As I told you, I've compiled hundreds of stories, real world stories, as well as something which is going to happen in that book which is going to come. And the idea is, if somebody reads those things, they are aware, that person becomes aware about what kind of frauds which can happen and can safeguard against this. Right? UPI payment fraud, people make sure that look-alike things are there. So if you see that, PM Care UPI ID, fake PM Care UPI ID was floating around, and later on, the correct UPI ID was, circulated through Press Information Bureau, which is a fact checker for Government of India, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, which is PM Cares and SBI. So people develop, all these kind of look-alike IDs, look-alike things. So they change one letter here and there. They change O with 0, 1 with I, so that your eyes can be fooled and they can do the frauds. Free is always bad. According to me, answer is yes. If you find a pen drive in your parking, if you find a let's say your phone is discharged, and if you are going to travel and you find free charging points with data cables, if you connect your phone with those free wires, your phone will be installed with a malware and everything can be stolen. Now problem is, what do you do? So if your phone is run out of battery and if you see a data cable, don't charge your phone. Either switch off your phone and charge the phone, or charge your power bank first and through power bank charge your phone. Never directly in a switch on mode, never connect your phone with any unauthorized data cable, because your phone can be compromised. That is known as juice checking. So anything free, you should always see the danger which can come with it and then only act on those. I'll suggest avoid free, because 95% of the time they are coming with some kind of fraud technique or trap which can make sure that you lose something. Hardware keyloggers are also there. Let's say if I visit you and if I want to know what you are typing, I can install a small hardware device at the back of your CPU and you will never know. Nobody investigates at the back of CPU. So these kind of things also we should be keeping in mind. So what I always say is, prevention is better than cure is applicable in digital world also. So we should be taking precautions rather than being sorry later on. So what are the challenges, technological challenges? The first challenge is size of storage media is increasing in terms of how much data can you store, whereas the cost and the physical size is decreasing. And that is very difficult. We have 2 TB, 3 TB, 4 TB hard drives, and we need only 4, 5, 10 files which are important files for investigation. So out of billions of files, we have to find 4, 5, 10 files, which is difficult task. Convergence of technology is making it complex, as I discussed. AI, ML, cloud, IoT, and any other new technology which is coming is being misused, and we don't know about it. We are in a scenario where we are always on, our internet is always on, Wi-Fi router is always on. We should actually switch off our router when not in use. We should make sure that, Google Home or any other home assistant device, when we are not talking to him, they should be powered off, because they might be listening otherwise always. So these are some of the things we should be careful. Right, so this I have discussed, sorry. So once upon a time, it was the case that if you were wealthier, you were immune to the crime. But in digital world, this has completely changed. If you are wealthier, you have a lot of digital device, that means you will be the prime target, you will be compromised. and that is something which can go against you. So this is all I wanted to discuss. If you have any questions, I am open to questions now. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Mr. I believe all these information facts will be given in your book also.
Yeah, all these things are part of the book. But I've discussed in brief. You know, I'm putting up around 62 such areas where frauds can happen, and the stories about it and how people are doing it and tips to safeguard yourself.
So that will be available on Amazon after 24th of August, you said.
Yeah, so last week or last week of August, it will be there. If you search the title Cyber Unsafe and Gaurav Gupta, you will get it.
Then we'll check it. Thank you.
Any other question?
This is Madhav here.
Yes, please.
Sir, is there any reason that why the credit cards international it is not accepting any OTP? Means why the banks are doing like this? Because in India,
banks are doing it. See, in international, so what happens is people are more careful there, and most people carry out transaction without human intervention. If you go to a petrol pump in US, there is nobody giving you the thing. You fill your tank and you swipe your card. So human intervention is less. That's where a lot of frauds where humans are compromising things are not happening, and hence their country does not require OTP. For them, it's an overhead. So what you can do is you can go to your login of the bank or the credit card and can disable international transaction. That can safeguard you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Actually, I did that one international. Why I'm asking is 1 year before I did the same thing. Actually, due to some hosting space I have purchased in iPage, which is international site. I have used my credit card. Then without OTP, the money was deducted.
So that's what I'm saying. Their laws does not require it. Yes. It is India specific requirement of OTP because here a lot of frauds were happening. So that's where RBI introduced it. RBI jurisdiction is only in India, not outside India. So smarter way is go to your login and disable transactions. Until you need to do the transaction, keep it disabled.
Okay, sir.
Sir, where we can find this international tab in our online banking?
Is it online banking of the card or the whichever bank here. So if you have a debit card,
if you have a debit card, then
international. Card? So in that case, in your net banking, it is there.
It should be there.
Yes, for sure.
But it is not.
I don't remember in all banks where it is, but you can Google it. Let's say if you are using SBI, how to disable international transaction on debit card in SBI, you will do it. You will get the tabs.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, like if we disable the international transactions also, so I think like automatic deduction of amount, so that also gets disabled, sir, by any chance?
Depends. Let's say if the service is international, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And what about, sir, if the card is wireless and the limit is that 5,000 we can transact without doing our PIN?
So that also you can limit. You can restructure that limit. Or else you put that card into a case. There are specific aluminum cases which come, because otherwise somebody can do unauthorized transaction in a crowded place by swiping the POS machine near to your pocket.
Right. And my question is that if we are going to disable that international tab for that particular
card, you will not disable your 5,000 limit for tabs. That's a separate setting. That also can be disabled if you wish.
Right. One more question, sir.
Yes.
Why this wireless, paying capacity is being increased from 2,000 to 5,000? If it is a real threat to us, why the banks are going to increase the limits?
Reason is because of inflation, purchasing power is going down. So what I used to buy in 2,000 rupees 2 years back does not come in 2,000 rupees, right? So people also want convenience, as I told you. The millennials say that I have to spend at least every time more than 2,000, which means this facility is not of use to me. But you can always go to your net banking and reduce it.
Yeah, but sir, to invest or to purchase something, we can put the PIN if we wanted to purchase anything.
I'm sure you are not a millennial, right? like me.
I'm not a millionaire, right?
So that's what I told you. Millennials want convenience. They don't care about security and privacy. If you ask this to a 15 or 20-year-old teenager or young adult, they will say no. 5,000 should be increased to 10,000. Why to enter PIN?
Okay.
But you are a millionaire in terms of the knowledge.
Sorry.
You are a millionaire in terms of the knowledge, sir.
No. Anybody who is investing time and as I told you, survival of the awareness, right? I am constantly on my toes and reading about all these things. Because if I don't read, fraud can happen against me also. I'm doing it to safeguard myself. And then I'm trying to help all of you also that what I know should be known to others. And that's where I wrote all these things in a book because, I can't be everywhere.
Mr. Gupta, one question, please.
Yes, sir.
It is often said that you should use incognito mode while doing internet banking. How safe or how unsafe is using incognito mode? Does it actually help?
Nothing is foolproof here. So if I'm having a keylogger installed on your back of your
No, that of course. Keylogger is a physical device. I'm more talking in terms of the web browser security in terms of using incognito mode.
Incognito mode will give you only some security on known browser kind of attacks. It will not store any of your data and all those kind of things, but then it is not going to give you complete security. The best way is use a computer which you are not using for any other purpose to carry out financial transaction. Keep it updated, keep changing your password, put your limits that your transaction is not allowed international. Your online transaction related card should be with low limit separately, higher card limit should be used only judiciously, and so on. So you have to have a multi-pronged approach to safeguard things. For example, the card which I use to carry out my online transaction has a limit of 25,000 rupees. The card which has 5 lakh rupees limit I only use rarely, and then whenever I'm using it, I remain cautious, more cautious.
Sir, my Kaspersky antivirus gives secure browser. Is it safe?
So as I told you, it is giving you some extra security features. But then again, there are hundreds of things like your keylogger installed on your computer as a software, or else I am putting a physical keylogger at the back of your keyboard in CPU. It will not do anything. So it will do something better than, so if you are doing all these things, it makes life of a criminal difficult, not impossible.